Are there any individuals who wish to request a deferral of an application in this first segment? I guess not. Okay. We shall carry on then. And as advised prior to the break, we'll be beginning with the first uncontested application, which is number 21, 244 Gainsborough. If the applicant could come forward, please. And on this application, the committee has material submitted by the applicant, a staff report from Urban Forestry, and 63 form letters in support, signed by occupants of Gainsborough Road, Wembley Drive, Coxwell, and Cassia Avenue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Marin Zabzuni. I am the agent for 244 Gainsborough Road.
Thank you. All right, committee members, on this application, would you like to have a presentation or go right to questions?
Just in terms of the garage, I believe you're requesting a variance for height. Wait a second. Yes. Variance for? Oh, there it is. Sorry, variance number 5. Yes. Can you speak to that in terms of, I noticed on the plans there's a neighboring garage beside it?
Yes, so
Is
it's
that matching the height of the neighboring garage?
essentially, it's a little lower because I'll pull it up. The existing garage situation is an interesting. So we have a neutral driveway right of way for this, and essentially it's a semi-detached garage with a neighbor. As you can tell, it's in really poor condition and pretty much a hazard. So the new garage is with a flat roof. It's more or less in line with existing neighbor's garage. Right now it's not usable, and the homeowners really want a usable garage. Another thing is that the established grade is lower than the finished grade. So from finished grade to top of roof is essentially 3.10 meters. It's a little bit less than what's proposed on the variance. And we can show you the garage elevation as well. And that's the reason being we're working with existing conditions for this lot.
I just wanted to see what I just noticed on the plans there were 2 garages side by side and how that related to the garage you're proposing. So the other half of the garage will just stay as a peak roof.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it going to be? I guess.
Yeah, we have to look at the structural conditions. The engineer has to be involved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On that basis, I'm prepared to bring forward a motion for approval of the application. I just had an issue in terms of the garage. Happy with that. I think it meets the 4 tests. Subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2. Thank you.
So a motion to approve by Ms. Valentini, subject to urban forestry. Is there a second? Second to that by Mr. Nipfel. All those in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you.
And we move on to number 22, 10 LINNSMORE.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm Raymond Siochi, representing the TTC.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let me see. I don't know that we need a presentation. Are there? In that case, a motion, please. Motion to approve by Mr. Bayat. Is there a second?
I'll second it. I believe it meets the 4 tests as well.
And Ms. Valentini, all in favor? Application is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. 23, 10 Pricefield Road.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Giampiero Pugliese, Principal of Audex Architecture, and I'm the applicant and architect for the project. I think we have some documentation that we submitted, so I may be pointing to some of the sheets. So I believe you have the site plan. I wanted to just talk very high level.
We'll see if we do.
If you feel you need it.
Need a presentation, or if you wanted to give us a quick high level.
I think very high level, just to sort of frame it. So there are basically two operations that we're doing in this project. The main operation is that we are proposing to demolish an existing garage that exists in the rear of the property and build an excavated underground garage with access via a car elevator in the rear of the yard. That way we basically open up the rear yard for landscaping. While on face value the variances regarding the depth seem large, the intent of the bylaw is really to control building mass. Through what we're doing, there is really no incremental impact above grade. In fact, by getting rid of that garage, I think we ease up some of the relationships to the rear yard. The other operation that we're doing is to fill in an existing front porch. This file has been pre-circulated. We've talked to planning, we've talked to heritage, we've talked to all the neighbors. There's been no objection. We've done our due diligence in that respect. So, I think that sort of gives you a high level. And the variances are basically a resultant of this application. But in terms of the impact and the 4 tests of that we need to provide for, there's no sort of incremental impact in anything that we're doing here as built form. So I can speak to any specific variants if you have any questions. Yeah.
I didn't understand when you said there's no impact.
Well, in the sense that in the rear, though there's a variance for depth, it's below grade. So it has no impact on the physical environment above grade to the neighboring property. So in terms of shadow, light,
how about
building.
stormwater? Does the property still handle its own stormwater?
We will be dealing with all of stormwater management according to all building codes and municipal regulations through the building permit application process. So with our engineers, we'll design whatever remedies need to be undertaken, and through the inspection process, those will be dealt with accordingly.
Just out of curiosity,
yes.
I looked at the plans and I thought, this is really interesting.
Yes.
Having the vehicles lowered down and then parking underneath.
Yes.
I'm going to assume that there's good ventilation as well.
Yes, we will deal with ventilation, yes.
Quite an unusual.
It's unusual. I think it's becoming more common as a solution. I think, right now you basically drive straight in to a garage and then you have to back straight out. It promotes basically tandem parking, so there are always cars in the front yard. What we're trying to do is really remedy that problem. It's a couple that have kids that live in the neighborhood. They love the neighborhood, obviously, and they want to invest in their property and be able to have a much more sort of controlled but also hidden aspect to the vehicular movement. So we studied this at length to find a solution that would really minimize the visual impact of the automobile. So you basically come straight in, down, you're able to park, you're able to turn around underground and then exit straight out. So it's a much more convenient, visually appealing way of handling automobiles, and they're not all at the grade level. So that's sort of the motivation behind it. So we saw an opportunity to do this, to improve to get cars off the front yard as much as possible. We looked at putting it in the front yard. We looked at all different sorts of permutations, but through conversations with staff, with heritage, with neighbors, we came to this conclusion, and people have been very supportive of it.
Any other questions, or?
Are you familiar with the condition that Heritage is recommending for?
I am. I'm also familiar with the fact that they did say they don't really have a concern with the...
Exactly, but they're asking for a condition that prior to the issuance of the building permit, that drawings, elevation.
I suppose they'll want to look at it. I understand.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure you knew that was on file and that they submitted that.
Yep.
Based on, as you had said, on paper, it looks like your variances are very great. In fact, the impact is minimal, given that most of that is, most, if not all, is underground. So I'm prepared to support the application and bring a motion forward for approval. I think it meets the 4 tests, and it'll be subject to the condition requested by the Heritage.
Very well.
Motion to approve by Ms. Valentini, second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Application is approved.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
So many buttons.
Number 25, 141 Drayton Avenue. Applicant, please.
My name is Nilofar Soltani from KH Davis Engineering.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And, so this is a proposal for a 3rd-story addition, and I went through it with the homeowner, and they were very conscious of not bothering the neighbors while being in keeping with the streetscape of the neighborhood. So I tried to design a house that looks very similar to the houses around the area while fitting their needs. So they would like to have a balcony in the front. They still will have the balcony while it still has the gable look. And yes, it has front and rear main wall variances, but it's still very much in keeping with the houses in the area. And as for FSI, it's very common to get an FSI of 0.8 in that region. So that's my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any
Do you have
questions?
any elevations to show how this particular dwelling relates to the dwellings on either side?
No, unfortunately, it's just the
Okay, am I
house.
correct in looking at your drawing A203? There's a sort of a suggestion of a roof line that's peaked roof, and then your proposal is drawn over top of that. The peaked roof, is that similar to adjacent properties?
I believe that's just the existing that's
Okay,
being
and then is that
demolished.
the same as properties on either side? So
Yes.
your proposal is a little higher. You're
Yes,
still maintaining a pitched roof, and you're using a pitched roof and dormer
yes,
as a way of addressing, but you're still taller than the other buildings on either side.
yes.
What about in the area? Because I'm concerned that it perhaps doesn't fit in
Well,
as well as you had intended.
I did do a research around the area, so it's not in the street, but in 29 Copeland Avenue and 12 Copeland, they have similar main wall heights, 9.45 at the front. So I figured it's still similar to the houses in the region, but I couldn't find a variance that is in Drayton Avenue that has the same main wall height. And I have the support of the planning. I have the report here.
Trying to look at it on Google, but I'm disconnected. So
Um, you want me to?
it's okay.
Had the foot-
How far does the third story step back?
Setback? It's in keeping with the second story. So,
It's the same front as the second story.
yes, minus the weird window.
When I reviewed the agenda at home, I had concerns with this fitting into the street. And then when I reviewed the existing character on the street, I still have those concerns. And I haven't heard anything today that would convince me otherwise. I think your objective was excellent. You said you tried to incorporate it, with the pitched roof and the dormer you did, but you still a whole story higher than all the other houses in the immediate vicinity.
But when I read the planning, sorry, can I talk?
Sure.
Yeah. When I read the planning report, it said that there is an attempt to improve the region, and the way I try to design mitigate that, even though there is no precedent in the area, but from what I understood from the report, it's a good solution. So I tried.
That's their recommendation. I'm not in agreement with them on this one, so I just.
Okay.
Would please take the conversation to the hallway. On the first, second, and third floor are on the same line. We should take it into committee. Let's take this into committee. I personally see the difference of about 2 meters beyond, probably beyond, we can't see this exactly, but it looks like about 2 meters higher than the houses on either side. To me, that makes this house stand out in an undesirable way, and my conclusion would be to refuse the application.
I also have concerns about the height. I don't really see how there's any articulation in terms of a step back, to be honest, when I'm looking at the plans. So I do feel that this is pushing the envelope in terms of what will fit in to impact. And I do think the impact on neighboring properties, particularly because there's a bungalow next door, will be too great. I don't
Mr.
know.
Byatt, any thoughts?
I have a question. When I look at the side elevation, you're not doing any addition to the rear. Is there some reason why I didn't consider extending the second floor out, minimizing the need to go higher up?
It's the homeowner need for a third floor and a bedroom on top, so they asked me for a third story addition only. And they did talk to their neighbors, they had the support because the neighbor would like to have a third floor addition. And this was my solution based on their need. If it's not in keeping, then I don't know.
Yeah.
Try to include some elements. But however, I share the concerns that have already been expressed. I think that this building as proposed is not in keeping with the neighbors or the other residences on that side of the street. And notwithstanding the planning department's recommendation, I'm going to recommend and bring forward a motion that the application not be approved.
Motion to refuse by Mr. Nipfel. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Valentini. All those in favor? The application is refused. Committee moves on to application number 27, 45 and a half Ellerbeck Street. On this application, the committee is dealing with material submitted by the applicant, 10 photographs of three-story homes on Ellerbeck, some other Committee of Adjustment decisions, correspondence from some 20 residents, Bridge, Fairview, Chester, Dearborn, Eastmount, Chester, Ferndale, and Arundel, 6 form letters in support, and correspondence in opposition from 3 persons. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Greenwood. This is Rachel Poley. We're the owners of 45 and a half Ellerbeck. We did prepare some statements, but in the interest of time, I'm not sure if you wanted to move to questions or...
We may do that, but we'll check with the panel what their intent is, or whether they'd like to hear a presentation or to go straight to... Please go ahead.
I have concern with this story. I may be wrong on this, but
Okay. Okay, yeah, it's 45 and a half, so it's a bit odd.
Just you give that would be helpful. Could you give me how you think?
Yeah, sure. So that's the property, so I'm not sure if that's the one that looks familiar. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. So this is the property in question. This is our home. If you can just zoom out a little bit. So we'll just show you kind of our home for the time being. So currently the home is essentially kind of a 2.5-story home. There is an attic that you can stand up on at the top there. Not finished, but it is an attic space that we do use. So the idea would be to move the roof up by about 3 feet. There'd be a dormer on the front of the house, and then as I said, the roof would be raised by 3 feet. So that would be
Similar to the house on the right.
exactly. And then
Wrong then, sorry.
okay, and then if you wanted to maybe just show, so we did submit some images of homes on the street. So there's over 20 homes on the street that are 3 stories. So that's really where we kind of came to the determination that this would be in keeping with the neighborhood. So this is 41 Ellerbeck. So this is 2 houses down from us. So this is something that was built probably about 7 years ago. So as I said, 2 houses down from us.
So that is similar height you will like to be?
That's taller than what we would be.
Because I know that house, and I do think it's kind of tall compared to the other.
It is a little bit, yeah. So we're actually lower than that. So for our house, like I said, it would just be raised 3 feet, and then the dormer would be on the front of it. So we wanted to go a little bit lower than that home. And then if you wanted to go to the next 3.
That has an illusion of being a box. I mean, I know it doesn't have a but
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to avoid. Truthfully, there is a home just across the street as well that is similar in style to the one you just saw. But we wanted to avoid that, so that's why we went with a dormer across the front rather than more of that boxy kind of look. These homes that you're looking at now are just north of us, so this would be 49, 51, and 53, so just north of us. So these are all 3-story homes, quite large in size. And so this is just north of us, like I said, 3 homes there. So right in our general vicinity, there's quite a few three-story homes. And then on the street itself, like I said, there's over 20 homes that are three-story. But we did want to make sure that it fit within the character of the neighborhood. We really do like the look of our house, so we wanted to keep that as consistent as possible. So we felt like a dormer off the front and just raising it by 3 feet would accommodate that. As I said, there is an attic space currently on the sort of 2.5 story. So it would just be raised slightly from what it is today. And sort of that's the look that you would see. That's the drawing. So that's the look of the house. Mm-hmm.
And this is what drives the FSI up to 95, is adding the third floor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the idea is that we've got 2 small kids, so we're trying to accommodate a growing family. So wanted a little bit more space. So there'd be 2 kids' bedrooms on that third floor and a bathroom for them. So that's what drives it. We did obtain the report from the city that does show previous decisions with respect to the FSI. So what we found is that there's 28 homes in the neighborhood with an FSI between 80 and 90%, 6 homes between 90 and 94%, and then 14 homes greater than the 95% that we're asking for in the neighborhood within the last 10 years. So we felt like that the request was minor, and then it did keep with what was happening in the neighborhood.
Do those homes have similar FSI requirements of 0.35? I know depending on what street you are in that neighborhood.
They're all a little bit different because the neighborhood is, some are 0.6 and some are 0.35, I believe.
In that sort of block where your lots are larger that are higher,
Yep.
FSI?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because you've got larger lots in that section that I believe.
Some are larger, yeah.
FSI to 0.35. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So some of those fall within the smaller category and some within the larger one. Yeah.
Yep.
Know what the current FSI is of your house?
Yeah, it's just shy of 0.7 or 70%. Yeah.
0.25.
Okay. Yeah. It's I think just it's 0.68 is the current FSI. So it had been renovated about 7 years ago before we moved in. I think intended for the neighbors next to us actually developed the house and had intended for their daughter who lives overseas to come back, which she didn't end up doing, and we were lucky enough to buy the house. And as I said, we'd have a growing family, so just looking for a little bit more space to accommodate them. We've reached out to the neighbors, so the neighbors to the north and south of us have both written letters of support, so they're in agreement with the plan that we have as well.
For further questions, I will look to members for a motion, please.
I'd like to move approval of and acceptance of the application as it is.
Motion to approve by Mr. Bayat. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second, Mr. Nipfel. All those in favor? Application is approved.
Okay, thank you very much.
And number 28, 34 KIMBOURNE. 34 KIMBOURNE.
Yep. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Tom Day. I'm the owner of the property.
Tom?
Thank you, sir.
Hold on, please. And read into the record the materials that we're dealing with here. There are some materials submitted by the applicant and 2 form letters in support.
That's correct.
Signed by occupants of 32 and 36.
So the number 32 is the one that adjoins me. I'm a semi-detached. And number 36 is the one we share the driveway with.
Okay. Both sides of you.
That's correct, yeah.
With you. Thank you. Okay. Panel, on this application, would you like to hear a presentation?
Yeah, so what it is, me and my partner, sorry.
Just a second, please. I'm just going to see if committee requests a presentation.
All right.
Or whether they would like to.
Include the deck? Lot coverage include the deck? No,
Yeah.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay.
A small deck.
No, but does your variance request for lot coverage?
That includes the deck.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Okay.
How do you?
Well, the thing about it, there is no parking. Can I show you a photograph what I mean by that?
Please.
Right, okay, let me do this. That there is the shared driveway, and between the two houses, it's 6 feet. If you look straight at the back there, you can see my neighbour has put a fence right down the middle, and he's got a massive, I don't know what you call it, a garage, storage place. On my wall on the left-hand side, on his wall on the right-hand side, there's two hydrometers, and they both stick out 11 inches, bringing the driveway to 4 feet. So you could barely get a motorbike down there. And even if you did, yeah, there's ample parking on the street. There's free parking, there's no signs on the street whatsoever. My neighbour there on the right-hand side, he's got a parking pad and he's got one car. So I've got an agreement with him where I can park, if I need to, on the driveway there, the shared driveway. But as I say, there's ample parking on the street.
And can you park overnight on the street?
Oh yeah, I've been there for a year, never had a ticket. Now I've got another photograph, if you don't mind, I can show you, which is a rear elevation.
An elevation of what, pardon me?
I'm going to show, if you don't mind, I'm going to show you another photograph.
Yep.
So my neighbour where the X is, he's got the identical addition that I'm going to do. And then to the left of the number 34 sign, you can see where my other neighbour has got the fence all the way down, so there's just zero access to parking if you could get a small car through, but you can't.
And there's no laneway?
There's a laneway, but it's like, no, it's impossible to get a car down there. You could never get, there's no parking whatsoever down there. There's no parking whatsoever. It's a mutual driveway. It's not a laneway.
People, I mean a rear lane.
No, there's no laneway. No. It's that my garden backs onto my garden, the neighbour's garden behind me.
My concern had to do with how you could accommodate parking space, but you say rear street parking, you've not had any difficulty.
I've got some other photographs I can show you the street parking.
I believe you.
There's loads of it.
And you can park overnight.
Overnight, yeah, 100%.
I'm prepared to bring a motion forward. I think the addition you're proposing is relatively minor in nature. You're going to match what's going on next door.
100%, yeah.
I don't think there will be any impact, and you've satisfied me with respect to the parking.
Thank you.
That there's no way to accommodate the parking in the back. So I'm happy to bring a motion forward for approval of the application without any conditions.
Motion to approve, Ms. Valentini. Second, Mr. Byett.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Thank you.
Application is approved. Number 30, 11 Riverside Trail. And on this application, committee has before it materials submitted by the applicant, staff report from Urban Forestry, and a report from TRCA. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Peter Giordano. I'm with David Small Designs. I'm the authorized agent for the subject property.
All right then. Committee members? Would you...
I'd like an explanation of what the variance is that you're requesting. I find it a bit confusing. It's not you, it's the actual write-up, but what is it you need us to consider?
It's the overall width of the driveway. Maybe I could show you a couple of images that show you what's currently there and what we're proposing.
That would be great. Yeah.
Is the existing driveway condition. So that's currently what is there paved. There's no garage currently, so that driveway consists of current parking for the existing property. And then I'm going to show you what we're requesting. Based on the zoning, we're required 5.8 meters for the parking area. We are 6.22 for the first 50% from the garage, the new garage we're adding to the house. The house is redesigned with a garage and a second story. That's all as of right. All we're asking for right now is the driveway variance. And 6.22 is most of the driveway. Right now, if a car were to pull into the garage and pull back out again, the street isn't wide enough, and because it ends, there's really nowhere for the vehicle to back out safely. There are people walking down the set of stairs that leads to the roadway. There's dog walkers. So what we've done is created more or less a hammerhead at the end of the roadway. We've widened it to 9 meters to allow the car to come out, basically do a 3-point turn and then pull out of that parking space. I'll show you just quickly what
Increase the amount of landscaping across the front of the house.
we have. So that's the end of the road. That's the current driveway, and that's the pathway at the top of the hill that leads to a walkway and a set of stairs that ends the street.
I will look to committee members then for a motion, please.
I'm ready to bring a motion forward for approval. I think the hammerhead proposal that you've got before us makes sense given the constraints of the site and the width of the road. So my motion's for approval.
Motion to approve, second by Mr. Nipfel.
And there's a planning
Yes, I'm
department.
sorry. There is a condition required by planning department that it be constructive permeable pavers.
Permeable pavers is fine. Clients are willing to accept that,
Okay, it's subject to that recommendation.
certainly.
Motion to approve and seconded. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Approved. So that finishes off on the uncontested applications in this present segment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, should we vet the, before we start with the contested one, maybe you want to vet the 2:30 time, would you like to vet the 2:30 time slot just because we were a bit behind, and then those people will have an opportunity to,
Sounds like a good idea.
okay, quick.
So did you, just so people understand, we will be moving on next to vetting the 2:30 time slot because we are running behind. But this will just take a few minutes and we'll come back to the contested applications in the 1:30 time slot, which will be numbers 24, 26, and 29. So just let me jump ahead here into the 2:30 time slot to vet those next 10 applications. So, for 121 Yarmouth, number 31, is the applicant present? 121? 121 applicant for 31 Yarmouth, is that applicant present?
121 Yarmouth.
121 Yarmouth. You're contesting that application? Okay. Thank you very much. 121 then will be held down, and we'll hope that the applicant turns up. Number 32, 34 Austin Avenue. Applicant, is there anyone here in interest to speak to that application? No. Number 33, 36 Austin. Same applicant, anyone here present? No. 34, 661 CARLAW Ave. Applicant, please. Applicant here, both of the applicant, okay. Is there anyone to speak in interest on that? On CARLAW? For Yarmouth? Oh, you are? Okay. Okay, very good. So you know that application has persons present who wish to speak on it, so it's being held down till the end of that segment. All right, so that'll apply there. Okay. So 661 CARLAW, we determine the applicants here. Is there anyone in interest? No. 35 is 371 Pacific. Applicant, thank you. Anyone present in interest? Number 36, 10 GLEN CEDAR. Applicant, thank you. Person present in interest on that one, number 36 GLEN CEDAR, it will be held down. 37, 193 McDonald, sorry. Thank you. McDonald, persons present to speak against or for? No. Number 38, 145 DEWBOURNE. Thank you. Any person present in interest on that one? No. Number 39, 193 HOLBORNE Ave. Applicant. Has been rescheduled.
Yes, to the hearing of March 25th.
Okay, so 39, 193 Holborn Avenue has been rescheduled to March the 9. 25 March, pardon me. Number 40, 233 CARLTON. Applicant, please. Persons present in interest. Yes, there is. So number 40, 30 CARLTON will be held down. To recap on that 230 segment, the following applications will be held. They are number 31, 36, and number 40. So on those three applications, I encourage those applicants and those persons in interest to use this time now to meet outside the hearing room to discuss, perhaps resolve issues surrounding the applications. It's a very good opportunity. But it is at your discretion. Now we go back to the held down items for the 1:30 time slot, and they take us first to application number 24. Applicant, please, and those in interest here to come and have a seat in the chairs up at the front. Number 24. 278 Campbell Ave. It could be outside, I guess, yes. We'll move on. 26. 165 Waverley. Applicant, are they still outside? Oh,
Here.
you're
Who's
here?
the opposition?
Are the persons in interest here on that one?
You need to sit up here. Oh.
Are you the only person who was here in interest on that? Okay. All right, then we'll hear that one now. Yes, thank you. We will now do 165 Waverley, and there's no opposition now.
Right. Good afternoon. My name is Toby Wu. I'm the owner of 165 Waverley.
Thank you very much.
I do have a prepared kind of presentation to the extent that you guys need it.
Just hang on a second. We'll see if we need it. And just for the information of everyone, the committee on this application is dealing with materials submitted by the applicant, photographs of the subject property, covering letter from Toby Wu, previous Committee of Adjustment decision, and support correspondence from 167 Waverley, and 13 more form letters in support by persons on Waverley. So committee members, do we, in the absence now of a for a presentation, no. Any questions of the applicant? No. I'll ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the application. It appears, if I've read all the information correctly, you purchased the property not realizing they didn't have proper approvals. You've been maintaining the property well. You seem to have the support of the neighborhood. The neighbors don't feel that there's anything about this proposal that is detrimental to the community. I'd like to move approval of it without condition.
Thank you. Motion to approve, Mr. Nipfel. Second on that? Second. Second, Mr. Byatt. All those in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'll ask one more time if the applicant is here back in the room for 24 and persons, 24? That's it? Yeah. And persons in opposition also.
My apologies, Miss. Opposition.
Okay, so we'll just hang on for a second. Well, we're waiting for the... While we're waiting for her to arrive, the committee on this application has before it material submitted by the applicant, staff report from Urban Forestry, correspondence in interest or concern from 274 Campbell, opposition, correspondence from 276 Campbell, plus a 32 signature petition in opposition, signed by owners Campbell and Symington. All right, may we ask for your presentation, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Ida Evangelista, members. Thank you for putting this aside to allow us the opportunity to speak to 3 of the neighbors that are in opposition of this application. So I just want to, I brought, just to bring to your attention, there are photos up on the screen, just to give you an indication of 278 Campbell Avenue, where it's situated. It's Campbell, just off of DuPont. It's designated in our zone a property where towns, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes are permitted, and it also borders the employment lands of a 2.0 density. So you have in front of you that planning is in support and transportation. There are no comments. We are in agreement with forestry conditions. So I've taken the opportunity to have a fulsome discussion with the neighbors. So a couple of questions and concerns that I would like to bring to your attention, and I will also have to make a change to the application. So currently, right now, this house, as it is, has a dog in the back of the house. Okay? The house is not getting any longer. We're not changing the footprint of the house, but we are adding a 3rd story. Okay? So one of the concerns with Ms. Tenuta, the neighbor, the immediate neighbor, was the jog at the rear. So we have actually a couple of concerns. One is the jog at the rear, which we have come to an agreement that we will only half of the jog. Okay, so and as such, I have adjusted the FSI and the GFA. So the other
can we go through the variances and actually, if you could cite the changes?
Yes. So we have variance number 1. Per the public hearing notice, it reads 0.97. That will now be changed to 92.5. It works out to, I believe, 180.1. The other concern that the neighbor had was the fence, and we have come to an agreement and understanding that, and the fence is in is in disrepair, as you'll see from the pictures. And we have come to an agreement that it will be replaced as soon as the frost. There will be. So we have come to an understanding with their concerns. We've met halfway, and I believe we are good now.
The second item is a private agreement. It doesn't involve a variance.
That's exactly correct. So our front landscaping, we currently have 44%, and we are increasing it to 71. We are a difference of 0.74 than the variance has asked for. Our FSI, we have changed, and everyone's in agreement to that. Now, let's speak to the house and what it is we want to do with this house. We want to add a third floor, and as you see, if we stand in front of 278 Campbell, there's a whole block here and behind that are all 3 stories. We also have homes on Campbell Avenue that are 3 stories, some of which have 2 entrances through the front main wall. So this particular proposal that is now in front of you, and in working with the neighbors, I respectfully submit that it is in keeping with the area, and it does meet the 4 tests, and it will reinforce the general pattern and maintain the stability of the neighborhood.
All right, just wrapping up your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. So we have 3 persons here. Do you all wish to address the committee? May I, you'll all be speaking? I need to understand how many will be speaking. Just one person. Thank you. Please come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. We have spoken out in the hall here, and we have come to an agreement.
May I ask your name, please?
Yes, sir. Sorry. Yes, sorry. My name is Maria Tanuta, and I'm the neighbor on the south side of 278 Campbell. I'm at 276 Campbell.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have talked. We have come to the agreement about the adjustment that was made to the back. That is going to, I just want to bring forward that is going to be investment property, and this is our home. We live there. So I expect respect for others' property and to do everything by building code and zoning allowances, like if it is allowed through zoning. Because in the past, myself and my neighbors were only allowed to go by zoning bylaws. So I hope you can take all that into consideration. Like I said, we did come to an agreement, and I hope everybody respects and stands by that. Anything else? Thank you. Well, because, yes, there's only not even a few feet in between the houses, and yes, it would be impeding my window. You know, I have a window in my kitchen, and it would be longer than my home.
So if it only extended as...
Yes. Yes, then the window would be free. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Applicant, please. The issue appears to be not too much there to rebut. The issue appears to have been satisfactorily discussed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have, which will allow light to her kitchen window. So I believe that we have rectified the situation and on an amicable basis. And moving forward, we will work, and the owners will work very closely so that there is an amicable relationship moving forward.
You're taking a notch out of the the southwest corner of the family room?
Yes.
And the bedroom upstairs, right? And
Yes.
do you have new plans?
No, I don't, because this is something that we've just discussed now.
We need something to reflect the change. Well, but
The FSI,
it's very specific where she's where she's reducing the floor plan. Can you give us a site plan with the change on it? These people are depending on that notch.
No, absolutely.
Okay, if we're going to approve this, it's got to be dependent on that notch occurring. We need something to refer to.
I can actually mark up the site plan. However, it won't be to scale. I could write in what the numbers are. Is that okay?
And then if you could initial it or sign it.
Absolutely. Sure. Can you give me a moment to do that so I can do that properly and I'll hand that in, or do you want me to do that before you render a decision?
Please do it now, yeah.
Okay.
No, we're gonna carry on.
Okay.
She's just gonna do this now, and then we'll call it back. Okay. Applicant, we'll give you time to do that without feeling rushed. We'll go on to the next application. And that application is number 29.
I just wanted the designers here, so that way there's no mistake. Yes, that's why I'm moving.
Do you know what we're doing? We're asking that this drawing, which is what you've agreed to, be part of the decision.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're standing 26 down for a few moments while we move on to application. So you can remain there. Well, we'll see what happens here, but we are moving on now to application number 2932 Oriole Gardens. And I'm going to ask the three of you just to move back one row of chairs as we move on to this application. Just one row back while that stood down. Thank you. So applicant and parties for 32 Oriole Gardens. Yep. Parties in concern here. You both
We're both the applicants, yes.
Okay. Are there any parties here in?
I believe so.
Yes. Okay. That's good. Please. And on this application, the committee has before it the materials submitted by the applicant, correspondence from Aaron Zazu Bernardo,
yes,
received 14 February. Support correspondence from 45 and 34 Oriole Gardens, and opposition correspondence from 77 Lonsdale, 41 Lonsdale, 45 Lonsdale, and 49 Lonsdale. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your names, please.
Hello, my name is Aaron Zazu Gonzalez, and this is my partner.
And I'm Michael Foring. We're representing the homeowners.
The homeowners for the project on 32 Oriole.
Very good, thank you. If we could ask you, please, then to make your presentation.
Yes. So, first and foremost, the reason for this alteration on the existing building is due to the need for additional space of the new homeowners. The existing building is classified as 2.5 story, where that half story is an attic that is being unused. So for us, it only made sense to create this additional space by adding a 3rd story addition. Regarding to the variances that have been appointed by in the document, the variances are floor space index and height. Regarding the floor space index, the existing building is already very close to the maximum allowance by law. So it was only inevitable that when we would add some additional space, it would increase it. However, if you can see that the third floor story, the floor plans, the spaces are very standard, both in dimensions and in height. On the other hand, the height variances, it goes beyond the maximum allowed by the bylaw in the front and rear walls as well as on the side. On the front wall, it's only 23 centimeters, and the rear is only 40 centimeters. The biggest difference is on the side wall, and we would like to explain that this is due to the fact that we have changed the slope of the roof in order to accommodate a third-story addition. So that height is not a height that is constant. That height is to the peak of the roof, and from there it only gets lower. We believe that these variances are minor, and the third-story addition has been. And the third-story addition, it's something that has been done throughout the street. We have sent a report stating all the houses that have a third story added, and we think that that is one point. And on the other side, we also think that this respects the general intent of the bylaw, in the sense that it does not affect green spaces, does not affect parking, and the third floor addition does not alter the relation between buildings. Besides, we think that this addition is trying to step away from the boxy addition of a third floor, and we have even we think it's very respectful with the character of the neighborhood, both in terms of size and in terms of style. And actually, the option that we're showing for the floor, our solution for the third floor, is exactly the same that a neighbor has on the same street on 52 Oriole Gardens. Like, we're trying to show it there. I don't know if. Yeah, so the homeowners have talked to the neighbors on the street, on Oriole Garden Street, and it has had a very positive acceptance, and we've managed to have to get 2 letters of support from the neighbors. There are other letters of support, other letters that are not in agreement with it. We've had the chance to discuss with them, but we haven't come to any conclusive solution. So we think that these are minor variances, and we hope that they can get granted. That's it.
Very much. Questions for the applicant? It's not, so we'll ask, you would take a seat, please.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll ask the persons in interest here. Do you both wish to speak? Very good. Please come forward to the mic, to the podium, and give us your name, if you will.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name's Patty Phelan. My partner, Patrick Phelan, is here with me. And before I start to speak, I have photos of the entire street on my phone, but I have a technological problem because the cord that I brought to transfer them to my computer didn't work.
You can use the phone itself. Maybe Patrick could do that for you. He could operate the phone. Give it a shot. But you'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out. Thank you. And shall I begin speaking? Or just wait until? Okay, thank you. Or we?
Do you want to see the photos now?
Just be in place there on the rear of the overhead. Okay.
It's going to help.
Perfect. Carry on with your presentation. These are your questions.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. We live at the house, which is to the immediate north of the owner's property. We share a common lot line. Patrick is also here. We object to the owner's proposed development as set out in the submitted plans. The owner's application should be denied as it does not meet the 4 statutory tests and therefore does not constitute good planning. We do not object in principle to the owner significantly increasing the floor space of the house, but we object to the plans as submitted. I will be referencing the letter that we submitted and excerpts from the official plan and emerging neighborhood guidelines for the Long Branch study, which are attached to our letter. Oriole Gardens is a street with a distinct pattern of 2 and 2.5-story houses and a rhythmic, generally consistent pattern of pitched roofs, and lots of open space between the pitched roofs, giving an airy ambiance, as opposed to a tight, squished roof line. Many people think that Oriole Gardens is a particularly attractive, pleasant street. What I have described represents the existing physical character of the street and neighborhood, which will be referenced throughout this presentation. I will comment now on the submitted plans and the drawing of the front of the renovated house. Is the proposed variance minor? No, we submit. An increase in floor space of 28% above what is permitted is not minor. If our cell phone bills or taxes were increased by 28%, no one would say that that is minor.
You could help us by focusing your comments, if you would, on the actual impact.
Sure.
This will have, if
okay.
the proposal went ahead on you and your property and your enjoyment.
Okay. So the proposed 3rd-story addition is not desirable for the development and use of the property in the form of the submitted plans. The owner asks for approval to materially increase the height of the side walls above what the zoning bylaw permits, so that the owner can construct a 3rd floor which is bulky, massive, and contorted, with what we'll describe as a squished roof line and 2 high walls, out of character for the street. The owner proposes a large 3rd-floor balcony. The 3rd-floor balcony creates an extensive overview. It interferes with the privacy of the neighbors on the north side of Oriole Gardens and on the south side of Lonsdale Road in a way that is unacceptably adverse. I refer you to the emerging neighborhood guidelines for Long Branch study, and if you apply the reasoning in those guidelines to this property, a 2nd-floor balcony would not be permitted, or I'm sorry, a 3rd-floor balcony would not be permitted, and the Long Branch guidelines related to the neighborhood study are an attachment to our letter. In addition, those guidelines reference the need to maintain privacy and reduce negative impact in the context of new development. Is the general intent and purpose of the city's official plan maintained? In our view, no. The official plan calls for development that fits into and respects the existing physical characteristics and patterns of the neighborhood and reinforces the stability of the neighborhood. I refer you to item 4 in our letter, where there are excerpts from the official plan, which includes reference to the cornerstone neighborhood policies and height, massing, scale of residential buildings. In this case, you have the applicants propose to build what I'm going to call a big box. It has a
I'm going to ask you to begin your summary now, and I want you to tell me what will the impact of that be on you?
Oh, from our backyard. Okay, so the street has a consistent pitch that consists of peaked roofs. That creates space between the rooftops, and what I'm going to call an airy, pleasant feeling. When we will look out at the addition, what we're going to see is a shape like this, as opposed to a peak, so that it's a mass in the sky. It's not right in the sky, but they're putting a mass up where that is not the norm of the street. There is a house that has that, and there's a second house that's under construction that has that. But if you look at the...
We have to ask you to finish now, please.
Okay, so the owner's proposed development does not meet the cornerstone neighborhood policies. It doesn't respect and reinforce the physical character of the neighborhood. Any change is to be sensitive, gradual, and fit the existing physical character. The owner's application does not do this. Is the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning bylaw maintained? No. The city's design team carefully thought out the maximum wall heights and maximum floor space.
Thank you.
Okay, and so I submit that the application be denied and that it has failed to pass on all 4 statutory tests.
I'll ask the applicant. Turn now to, questions?
Sure.
You mentioned that you feel that it's got a very large mass rather than other homes in the area which have pitched roofs. But in fact, it does have a pitched roof. It has a pitched roof at the front with a protruding dormer. Are you referring to the side elevation?
So the side elevation is too high, and it's above the zoning bylaw. And
no, but okay,
I'm sorry.
I know where it doesn't agree with the bylaw. That's
okay.
What the request is. What I'm not clear on is your concern that there's this great big bulky mass that's out of character. Do you mean as viewed from the side of the house or from the front of the house? Because if you feel that this proposal from the front is out, it seems to me you're arguing against the 3rd floor.
Oh, no.
So I'm just trying to clarify what your concern is. Because I don't see this big mass that you're talking about. I see a pitched roof with an extended dormer. If you were talking about a 3-story rectilinear box that didn't have a pitched roof on it, I would understand that, but I'm not understanding your concern about this big mass that you referred to on the roof.
Certainly. So if you look at the front of the house, you've got a pretty flat roof. I think I was told that the pitch is 9 degrees. And so what I'm saying is that with the higher walls, it looks, from our view, very box-like. And we don't think that that's what is consistent with the look of the neighborhood. Okay. It's the character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
You were dealing with a written submission. Would you pass that, please, to the Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer? Your written submission?
Okay, thank you.
May I just ask a question?
One more question before you leave.
It's going to be quick.
Come on back to the microphone, please.
From your backyard, as you're viewing this, the applicant's house, the houses on either side of that house, are you able to see the dormers on their roofs?
Yes, but the impact is far less. So with this particular proposal, you've got an impact of a balcony, huge overview impact, because the house has been moved up. The sidewalls are up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant to come back and address these concerns specifically. Just one speaker. Yes, unless you're both going to speak, we just need one person at the podium, please.
Sure. You can be like, these are the ones that
Right, so just one of you can choose to speak here, whichever one you choose.
Yeah, I'll be speaking.
So the issues to think about.
My name's Michael Foring.
Pardon me, I thought you had given your name previously. I'm sorry. Okay. The issues that I would ask you to think about or to address are what your neighbor describes as, first of all, some overview impacts, and also kind of a loss of airy, pleasant feeling because of the bulk and mass of what you are proposing. So that's where to address your comments.
We respectfully disagree. I think that the approach to how we developed the third floor was very much in character with the rest of the neighborhood. We've submitted a precedent study of Oriole Gardens, the street, and very much the extent of all of the houses on that street that have added a third story. And we've referenced many of these houses in the way that we developed the design, specifically numbers 52, 54, and 56 Oriole Gardens, which have essentially the exact same roofing typology. We very much tried to be as respectful as we could in the neighborhood, and I think that this is evidenced by the 2 support letters, which did come from residents of Oriole Gardens. You'll notice that all of the letters of objection were from Lonsdale in the rear. All of the 2 letters of support were from Oriole Gardens, and indeed one of those members is the president of the Deer Park Residents Association, who's been very much made aware of all of the renovations and everything in the neighborhood, and he very much supported this project.
Any final questions of the applicant?
On this application, I agree with the applicant. I think
Motion to approve by Mr. Nipfel. Is there a second?
Yep, I'm going to second it.
Second by Ms. Valentini. All those in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you.
And that wraps up our 1:30 segment.
you know the lady that got the drawing.
Just about, almost. We'll ask, go back to the application number 26, I think it is. 20, is it 20?
Yeah, 24.
24. And
Yes, I did show her. Yes. Yes, I did. I did show Maria. If I may approach, Mr. Chair?
please.
So what I've done is, so that the notches and the area I can see will be 7 by 4. That will be the area, and the SI reflects it, and the GF reflects it. Yes.
I specify that,
So
but
you
it
know what
to
I'll
be
do?
removed.
Yeah. You know what I'll do? I'll just
Put it next to.
Here.
Yes. Okay.
That's good.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Very good.
does anyone have any questions on this one? I'd like to move approval. This is with regard to 278 Campbell Avenue. I'd like to move approval of, move approval of the revised application with the floor space index altered to 92.5 instead of, no, that's wrong. 0.925, as proposed by the applicant. And the only condition be forestry 1, and that the development be in accordance, substantially built, substantially in accordance with the proposed site plan filed today with the committee February the 26th. There isn't a name on it. Is that good enough?
There's no drawing number, no.
No, it's not. It's Imperial. Sorry.
All right then, motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second. Is there a second, Mr. Byatt?
Yes.
Sorry.
And all those in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you.
So that wraps up the 1:30 time slot. And we move on now to the 2:30 time slot, to uncontested applications first. And the first one is number 32, 34 Austin Ave. Applicant, good afternoon.
Quiet in the room. There's been a lot of whisperings. That's very hard to hear you.
Very good, okay. So I will ask people that are vacating now if they would do so expeditiously. And in the hearing room, it is important to maintain silence so that we could focus on what the applicants and persons in interest are saying and not be distracted. So I would ask that conversations be taken into the hall, please. Phones off for those just arriving. So to start this segment, phones need to be off. And we will be dealing first with uncontested applications and then coming to contested applications after that. So that conversation, please, if you could take it outside to the hallway. Very good. Thank you. 32 and 33 will be done together, and for the information, the committee has before it on these applications the following materials: those submitted by the applicant, covering letter from Wayne Jeffrey Godfrey, agent, support, one signature petition and support.
Wrong one.
No, 32.
Beg your pardon. On 32, 34 Austin, committee has before it material submitted by the applicant and 7 form letters in support. On 33, 36 Austin, material submitted by the applicant plus 7 form letters in support. Good afternoon, applicant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for 34 and 36 Austin Avenue.
Thank you.
Any questions? I'd be happy to answer them. I feel it's pretty straightforward.
I have only one question. Is
Yes.
there parking on the street, and is it by permit or?
There is. They do have. They do have a permit for 34, and the parking is an existing condition.
Okay, and 36 you could get a permit.
36, they have rear yard parking.
Okay.
The only parking variance is for number
Oh,
34.
okay, my mistake. That's my mistake.
There is.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Further questions?
I'm ready to bring a motion.
Is your motion going to be on both applications?
Yes. Can we do that? Since they're both the same, I'd like to bring a motion. I'll start with number 34. I think both of these together, it's commendable that the two neighbors are bringing a joint application together. It's easier and cleaner when there's, both properties are being developed and they're going to match. So the motion is going to be for approval for number 34 without any conditions, and again for 36. 34 Austin is...
32 and 33. 34
I'm talking about
Austin.
the numbers of the houses.
Very good. Very good.
I think we know.
Applications 32 and 33.
Yes.
Very good. Second, motion to approve both applications, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All those in favor? The applications are approved.
Thank you very much.
All right, and moving on to application 34, 661 CARLAW. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On this application, the committee only has before it those materials submitted by the applicant, plus a staff report from community planning.
Correct. We've reviewed the comments and we have no objections to it. I'm here representing my cousin Rocco.
Hello. Good afternoon.
And it's just straightforward. There's no increase in footprint. It's just extending the dormer on the side so the back of the house has more livable space on the third floor.
Pardon me, did I ask you your name?
Oh, Sam Spagnolo. I put my card in the...
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no other questions, I think this is a very straightforward application. It's an increase in density, but it's being done in a way that's quite compatible with the neighborhood. I'd like to move approval subject to the plan condition, which where are
yeah.
Motion to approve, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All those in favor?
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The application is approved. Application 35, 371 Pacific. And on this application, we have before us only those materials submitted by the applicant. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee.
May I ask your name, please?
Sorry, yes, Brian Abbey, AdTech Building Consultants, and I am the agent for the owners of the property. I don't know whether you've had a chance to look on the AIC, but I did update 5 letters of support yesterday. I brought them here, but inadvertently I've left one at home, but I've got 4 hard copies and I can show you the 5th.
Have these been submitted previously? No?
They were submitted yesterday.
In that case,
didn't get them. Just looked at supplement.
I'm just looking at...
It's not in there, no.
I think it was past the committed time, but I do have
okay, well,
copies of them.
Would you like to submit them now? Yes, okay.
This is 4 hard copies. Inadvertently left one at home.
Thank you.
I can show you.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much. Very good. Are there questions of the applicant?
No.
No questions?
Are you going to read that into the record or not?
Okay. I shall read into the
Just
record.
addresses?
For the record, we have letters of support from
if I may, 365,
365 Pacific,
367, 369, and 373. And the missing one is 375.
Thank you very much. Done.
Neighbors.
All immediate neighbours, yes. So my client did a good job at canvassing.
Chairman, unless there are questions, and I don't think there are, this is a very minor application with really no negative impact, virtually no impact at all on the community. I'd like to move approval of the application with condition.
Motion to approve, Mr. Nipfel. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Byatt. All those in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you, committee. Thank you.
The next uncontested application is number 37, 193 MacDonell.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Smith. I'm the agent for the applicant. It's a small project. The variances are minor. I have a presentation, but go ahead.
Thank you. Just a moment, please. While I read into the record the materials we're dealing with. We have materials submitted by the applicant. Covering letters from Sandra Smith, the agent. We have a commenting report from Urban Forestry, 6 form letters in support, and correspondence in opposition from 197. McDonald. Okay, thank you. We have you have your name and number. Your name. Are there questions for the applicant? We like the presentation.
197 is one property away, right?
Not immediate to us.
The adjacent 191 and 195. Have you had comments with people like?
The 195 has been on vacation, is out of town right now. She is aware of what our client is doing, but Amanda, yes, we haven't got a letter of support with her. No.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
I've reviewed the materials and the plans. It looks like you're doing a modest pop-out addition on the 3rd floor and slightly replacing what is a 1-story addition with something that's slightly larger. In my view, this meets the 4 tests for minor variance. I think it's compatible with the surrounding area. So my motion is going to be for approval of the application, and it's going to be subject to Urban Forestry.
I am, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to approve by Ms. Valentini, subject to forestry. Second on that. Mr. Byatt. All those in favor?
Thank you very much.
Approved. 145 DEWBOURNE Avenue, number 38. On this application, committee has before it applicant's materials, a previous Committee of Adjustment decision, and a staff report from Urban Forestry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Enzo Lacasano. I am the agent for this application.
Thank you very much.
We're proposing to construct a 2-story rear addition. Variances are very straightforward. 2 out of the 3 are actually existing conditions that we're matching, which are the side yard setbacks. There is a floor space index variance. There's an increase of approximately 15%. The existing dwelling is currently at the max at 0.40, basically. And we're requesting for 0.55.
Any questions of the applicant?
The notice is
Sorry. .549. That's correct. Yeah, I was just rounding it up to simplify. Yes, we have to protect the tree at the front.
Number 2, yes. First condition number 2.
It's old. It's 2012. This one. Yeah. Chairman, if there are no further questions, I'd like to move approval of this application. Subject to forestry condition number 2, I think it's very straightforward. I don't think the variances are out of keeping with the norm, and the proposal is is compliant with the community code.
Thank you. Second? Second, Mr. Byatt. All those in favor? Application is approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we go back to number 39 has been rescheduled, so we go back to the contested applications in this segment. And the first one of those is number 31. So I'll ask that applicant to come forward, plus those in interest, to have a seat on this side, please. Good afternoon. Now, there are three of you. Do you all wish to address the committee, or how many of you do? On behalf of everyone, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi there. Chairman and committee members, my name is Susan Wayne, and I'm the designer for 121 Yarmouth.
Very much. Just a moment, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Just into the record. Committee on this application dealing with material submitted by the applicant, covering letter from Wayne Godfrey.
Yeah.
Support of one signature petition by the owners of 120 Yarmouth. In opposition, correspondence from 119 Yarmouth.
Yes, and we also have some verbal agreements to the neighbor at 123, an elderly woman. We talked to her son, and she doesn't have a problem with this too. So 121 Yarmouth is a two-story dwelling with a low roof. You can see there's an arrow pointing at it. Most of the houses on the street in the neighborhood are 2 and 3 stories, with pitched gable roofs and a laneway in the rear. Yarmouth, because of its flat roof at the front, is much shorter than the adjacent homes, as can be seen in the photos. The owner would like to build a partial third story at the front portion of the house to accommodate another bedroom. The design of this third floor is proposed to be built with a new side-gabled pitch roof with a dormer at the front, as are many homes on the street. Also, a small deck at the rear of the house is also requested. As a result, we're requesting minor variances to the zoning bylaws. The first one is floor space index, and right now the existing house is 0.68, and we are asking, because of the partial third floor, we're asking 0.85. And I have, you can see in your package that I have a list of FSI where on the street and in the neighborhood that have gone to committee of adjustment, many are at 0.85, and a lot actually are over 1 times coverage. The soft landscaping at the rear, right now there was an existing, you can see this is the house. There is an existing concrete porch there, and right now the existing is contravening the bylaw. So we are just removing that concrete deck and putting in a new deck, wood deck, just across to where there's going to be a new door there. So then the next one is height. Because we're doing the...
I would ask conversations in the hearing room to be taken outside, please.
So this is a side view of the house, the east side, and you can see the portion of the addition. We are asking for a height variance of just over a foot, and that portion is just the little red triangle. It's most of the houses, or many of the houses, have the side gables, and this is sloping back. It's recessed from the street. That peak is about 13.5 feet from the face of the house, and it's about 16.5 feet from the face of the neighbor to the left. Our house is recessed about 3 feet back. So, and then there's a dormer on the front. So, also, what happens, we need means of egress at the back. We have an access to the back to a balcony, which is not a variance. And the height there is a variance to 9. The side walls have to be 7.5, and right at that point, it is just over 9 meters. But if you continued the line to the back of the house, where the back of the house is, the roof line is, or the height of the wall is 7.5.
We'll ask you to summarize, please.
Okay. Then the last is the last items are existing conditions, and they are side yard conditions. So we're just building on top of the existing. So we think that they're minor variances, and we think that it's in keeping with the neighborhood.
I'd like to ask a question. I'm just noticing on the street, other existing homes. There are other 3-story homes on the street, I believe.
Yes.
I think there's one across the street that has a dormer at the front. Is that sort of what you're proposing to do? Yeah. In terms of height and impact? I'm just trying to find something that...
If I show you the front. If you see the streetscape, if you see the street that's right across the street. So that's exactly what we're doing.
So in terms of the height and the side...
Yes, and the same, exactly. And the same, if you see a couple of stories down, you see a dormer and you see the side gable. Yeah, and I have a whole pile of houses that look like that, just in that block. Yeah, so it's exactly, that is the whole thing, yeah.
Other questions? And I'll ask the person of interest to come forward, please, and if we may, tell us your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe DeFaria. I am the son-in-law of Heitor Pimentel, and that's my wife, Dervelina. And thank you very much for taking the time just to hear us. We have had the opportunity to meet with our neighbors just shortly, and we just...
Where's your house?
119, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, good. Okay, so thanks again. We did meet with them. We've come through some breakthroughs, actually. The roof line was one of my major concerns. Obviously, they've identified a variance of 1 foot. And when you consider how set back it is, I think we're fairly comfortable with it. The one thing that I'm a little concerned about is the FSI. I just reviewed a lot of the drawings. I'm concerned of the accuracy, and I'd really like to get that looked at one more time. Just right now, I just looked at the rear end of the home. One of the drawings depicts the house going straight down into the foundation wall. In actual fact, it kicks out about 1 foot. So it looks like we're taking more, assuming that the FSI was right to the foundation walls. And as per the drawings, I'm just concerned we may be taking more, it may be depicting more than what it actually is asking for. I'd like to get some clarity on that, if at all possible.
Sorry, I don't understand that.
You don't understand that?
I don't understand can you go back? Do you have the drawings in front of you? I'm looking at the side elevation. I'm trying to figure out what the concern is.
That would be if you look at the east elevation.
I understand it. Which one?
The east elevation, the one that was up there a few moments ago, actually.
She's got them referred to as right side, left side.
That would be right side.
Okay, so I've got that one. Okay.
So you look at the back, it looks like the home is going straight down through to the foundation wall.
Yeah.
If you look directly behind you, you can see that the foundation wall is obviously the block, and then we have about a 1 foot extension on the back of the home. And I'm not sure how the measurements were taken, if it went from the back of the home or from the foundation wall.
Do you feel that the home's extending out beyond the foundation?
I got to ask the question.
Okay, we'll ask the applicant when she comes back. Okay.
And of course, and if that was considered when we did the FSI, right? Secondly, the softscaping in the back, granted, there is a patio there already, but it looks like we're getting a little larger and we are impacting it a bit. In our world of green space, I have trouble agreeing with certain items of that nature, and I'd like you to reconsider that as well. And just, let's bring it, build a new one, go crazy, but let's bring it to code if we can.
The green space appears from the site plan to be the same as yours. We're very close to it.
Yes, I would say it would be the same.
And so what is your concern?
It's a little larger now, and they're making it smaller when the patio goes up. That's how I see it on the drawing, though. A few items we've agreed to deal with going forward. There's currently a window on the east right side of the pathway. There's a very narrow pathway, 24 inches. It's the only access to his backyard. That's where he brings his garbage out. That's where he brings his lawnmower through. It's tight. It is really tight. So there is a window there right now. In the documentation, it referred to no open windows on that, or no open spaces on that side. There actually is. They've confirmed they're going to seal the window from the interior. I'd like to see that reflected on the drawing, just to confirm we're all in agreement. We also discussed the overhang of eaves troughs into the 24-inch space. They've agreed that they would not exceed what is there now. So I'd like to see that also in some format of, confirmation. Our final issue is we're very concerned that this home will be turned into a income property. By introducing a door, I'm not sure if it's introducing, but by having a door on the west side leading directly into the basement, I am concerned that sooner or later this home is going to become a rental property. And it's not the environment that my wife grew up in. We really enjoy families, and we really like to keep that going on Yarmouth Road. Last but not least, I think I got it all. Last but not least, I just want to thank you all very much. I trust you folks will take into consideration a long-standing neighbor who's been there for well over 40 years. And we're really hoping that you can take a look at items 1 and 2. If we can get the FSI, I think we can rethink about the whole issue. Oh, yes, and one final thing. I know there's still work to be done on the home because they are under construction right now. We just want to make sure that if they are going to be doing any work on the side of the house, a 24-inch gap, it's not obstructed because he does need to come and go from that space on a regular basis. It's only a few stairs down into the basement, and that's his regular path of entrance. That is all.
Thank you very much. Now, so you know, what the committee can deal with, what we have jurisdiction to deal with, are the proposed minor variances here.
Okay.
And that's what we'll do. So on things like you just mentioned, work in the narrow space with them, that's really beyond our...
I understand.
Our ken, but we will deal with these items, and we'll ask. Thank you. Any questions of this gentleman?
Thank you.
You shall ask the applicant to return.
Hi.
So quick, if you could confine your remarks to some of the things the neighbor raised.
Sure.
You talked about the rear of the house.
Yeah.
If it extends beyond.
Yeah.
Overhang issue with the eaves.
Okay, that's the existing house. We are in the process. We got a building permit with no variances just to put a partial second floor at the rear. But I think what he's talking about is that, see that concrete band there? The main floor has always projected like that, and the FSI is calculated as such. So there is the basement is slightly back a bit, but the FSI is is calculated from the ground floor and the second floor and the third floor.
FSI includes this projection.
Yes, definitely, yes. The basement doesn't project, they just, yeah. But the FSI is calculated from, yeah.
So I thought you were saying you were adding something.
No.
Going back a
No.
showed up.
That's an existing condition.
Wall of the house.
That's,
The wall of the house appears to be out further.
that's the existing condition. No. It's an existing condition, and the FSI is calculated.
Right side elevation. Be completely on back. The line doesn't go straight down. And then is that the elevation that has?
There is an existing, so he said he was concerned about the door. It's always had this, when my owner bought it, there is a doorway to the basement. There is an existing stair to the basement from the outside. It's been like that.
Could you put up the right side elevation?
The right side?
Also a window that you're closing?
You mean the left side? Left side. There will be no windows on that side. They're being closed up from the two-story addition. So there will be no...
The left side shows no windows.
Yes, then there will be no windows. There's a couple of little tiny windows that are being sealed up, and there are no windows. And also the concrete deck it's a platform is being taken off. We're putting a small wood deck beside it. So that was another one of his concerns, or instead of that. And I think the door, and the owner has tried to contact them before and to explain what we're doing, but she couldn't get a hold of them. So we got the letter from them, I think, on Friday, and she contacted the owner's daughter and tried to explain, and we've just met them briefly here before the hearing. So that is where we stand. I think I answered all the questions.
Just one question, if I may.
Yeah.
The existing concrete deck that you have,
Yes.
how far out does it project from the body of the house?
It is about 4 feet or so.
So the new proposed deck, which is 5 feet from what I can see.
It is like a 5 by 8 foot deck. We want to put a chair and a barbecue. That's it. And it's the right height. It's not overwhelming. And it's also wood, and the drainage will go through. It's not a concrete deck. Okay.
Okay, then, if there are no further questions, for motion.
Okay. Thank you both for your presentations, and I do understand the neighbors are saying they have some concerns. In reviewing the plans and hearing what the applicant has had to say, and also in viewing what the current sort of streetscape is, I don't find that this proposed third floor addition is out of keeping with what is currently going on in the neighborhood. There are examples across the street and on the same side down of third floors with dormers, and I think this will fit in nicely with what is currently going on in the area. The applicant, I think, has also demonstrated that they're requesting a slight variance for height, but that's just a small amount at the peak, and again, as well, for the exterior main wall height, the same thing. It's not. So I do feel that does temper any impact that the proposed architectural features and the angle of the roof and the dormer does mitigate any impact that the increase in FSI may have. So my motion is for approval of the application. I think it does.
Motion to approve by Ms. Valentini.
I'd like to second the motion. I think the proposal before us will be more compatible.
Second by Mr. Nipfel. All those in favor? The application is approved. And we move on to application number 36, 10 Glen Cedar. So I'll ask on 10 Glen Cedar for the applicant to come forward to the podium, and parties in interest to please take these seats along the side. On this application, the committee has before it materials submitted by the applicant. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry, citing urban forestry conditions number 2 and number 3. There is correspondence in concern and interest from 11 Glen Cedar, Kathy and Gerard. Excuse me, if people could vacate after their applications quietly. And there is opposition correspondence from 5 parties, 56 Strathern, 44 Strathern, 15 Glen Cedar, 6 Glen Cedar, and Solicitor Matthew Halfand, 12 Glen Cedar. Is there a letter of opposition? Just before we begin, let me ask those here, the parties in concern, do all 3 of you wish to address the committee? 2 of us will. Very good. I beg your pardon. Do you wish to address the committee? You're here to support. You're invited to come up and sit here, but I just need to know whether you will be speaking or not. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Richard Wangle, 102 Avenue Road. I'm the client's architect, and with me I have Mr. Aaron Platt, who's also our client's planning lawyer, who may be able to answer some questions if I'm not able to. We have before you a proposal for a 3-story dwelling. We have made some adjustments. We had actually spoken with Planning Department earlier and actually had satisfied their concerns with our original proposal. However, we just got notice of the 5 letters of objection that were posted last night on the city portal. And we just finally had access this morning when we opened up the file to see that there were 5 letters. Despite that, I had dropped off 9 letters personally to neighbors around. Only 2 neighbors had actually approached us with concerns. So we did have meetings with one and a phone call with the other. But the others were completely new to us, and we just were trying to adjust to suit some of their concerns. I have given Ms. McLeod a copy of our proposal that's slightly amended. We've eliminated some of the variances, and I'd like to post those that you'll see on the notice. And it's right here. I'm going to read off a copy. And simply, what we've done is we've shortened the house by approximately 2 feet and just shifted it. And by doing that, the notice will now read that item number 1, which was a front yard setback, would be eliminated.
Item 1 is eliminated?
Eliminated. Item number 2, which is the building depth, will be eliminated. Item number 3, which talks about the proposed building length, would be modified from 21.6 meters to 18.7.
7?
Correct. Item number 4 will be amended as well. A floor space index, which was at 0.875, will now be 0.85.
Do you have an area on that?
And I will have that, yes. In my stats, I have submitted to Ms. McLeod. It will be 474.48 square meters.
474.48
square meters. And then item number 5 is eliminated. That's a minimum rear yard setback. And item number 6 is eliminated, which is a site-specific bylaw to a front yard setback. We're not even sure if this is correct because this doesn't even pertain to our property. We reviewed it. It's about properties extending from Bathurst on the south side of Strathern Road northwesterly to the east limit of Glen Cedar Road. So this doesn't even touch our property. I think it's an error in there, but it's not needed anymore because we don't have a front yard setback issue.
Okay, very good. So those are the changes.
Yes.
To the requested variances. Staff, do we have all of those captured?
Mr. Wengel, there's a rather substantial house on the property right now. There's a rather substantial house.
Yes.
Can you tell me, or do you know what the floor space index of that house is?
Unfortunately, I don't have a way of calculating that because I didn't do a measure up of it. But I would imagine it's probably in the low 50s%. It's only a 2-story dwelling. It's not a 3.
Okay, thank you.
Carry on with your presentation.
Okay, now I'd like to just turn your attention to a site plan. And now I have copies. I know I'm not supposed to submit copies, so we went electronic for you. And I normally hand you out a nice package, but I'm happy to do that if you want. If not, I can just show you. So I'm going to just go back to this so I can point. Mr. Chair, can you hear me from here?
I do hear you. You're upside down if it matters. Perhaps it doesn't matter.
So essentially, the red outline here, 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 and here is the as-of-right envelope in terms of building length, side yard setback of 1.2 meters, side yard setback of 1.2 meters, and the green represents the existing home. This is the outline of the neighbor's home to the south, and this is the outline of the neighbor's home to the north. These two red components are bay windows that are now cantilevered. So without foundations, they do not count in front yard setback or depth. So it's just a technical matter that we've actually been able to completely stay within the confines of a permitted envelope. The blue line back here, it represents the required rear yard setback, which we don't have a variance for. And so the potentially contentious component is this part of a 1-story extension that normally should be 3 meters, but is now 1.8 meters over here. And it's just part of a 1-story extension. In addition to our FSI, that we are running, asking for, I have my new one, sorry. 0.85. Yeah, 0.85. On 2 stories, our existing house, our proposed house is 75.73, and the additional approximately 10% is found in the 3rd floor. This is a list of other houses in the area that have received approval from the Committee of Adjustment, and you'll see that this is well within the realm of all of these, which are within a 5-minute walking distance of this house. In particular, number 1 Glen Cedar is at 87.5, and I should note it's a 2-story dwelling. 91 Chiltern Hill is at 95% or 0.95. It's a 2-story dwelling. 19 Croydon is 0.867. It's a 3-story dwelling. And I would say from 168 to 174 DUFFERIN, varying from 85 to 88%, noting that 179 DUFFERIN is at 85% on a 3-story.
I'm going to ask you to begin your summary, please.
All right, well, that's in terms of the densities, and then just in terms of a look, which was a Tudor revival home done in stone, potentially with a cedar or slate roof that is in keeping within the neighborhood. Driveway in the same side. I think that would be the end of the presentation for the moment, and then I'll be able to answer questions from neighbors. Thank you
very much. Questions of the applicant?
One thing you did say if it was a 2-story house, it would be a
3-story dwelling.
No, I understand that, but if it was 2 stories within the confines.
Then we would be approximately 70.75.
Questions?
So I'm missing
Question,
something
one more
about
question.
that piece that sticks out. What is that?
The piece that sticks out?
The piece that sticks out beyond your board drawings back, where you showed the as-of-right lines and you said that...
Yes. Are you referring to the blue component?
Blue piece, what is
Yes, so this is a 1-story component. So beyond these 17 meters, we can project 2 meters for half the width of the house, provided that it's 3 meters from the side.
And
This
it's
is
part of that, it's part of that bay window that sticks out at the back.
At the back, it's a breakfast room.
Okay, thanks.
Correct.
Very good. Then I'll ask the first speaker in interest to come forward, please, and give us your name and address.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Matthew Helfand. I'm counsel for the owners of GLEN CEDAR, which is the property that is immediately to the northwest of the applicant's property.
Next door.
Next door.
Thank you.
It's my submission on behalf of my client that this application does not meet the 4 tests. I remind the committee that the onus rests on the applicant to demonstrate that the variances, individually and collectively, meet the 4 tests, and that the 4 variances, the 4 tests must all be met, and a failure to meet any one is fatal to the application. In this case, it is my submission that the applicant has not met their onus, notwithstanding the revisions that have just been presented. First, the variances do not maintain the intent of the official plan. Now, the property is designated as neighborhoods in the City of Toronto's official plan, which advises that no changes will be made through minor variances that is out of keeping with the physical character of the neighborhood. The physical character of this particular neighborhood, the CEDARVALE community, is not that of a monster home built form, which is a term that I believe applies to this application. The CEDARVALE community is distinct from other Forest Hill neighborhoods, and the homes in the CEDARVALE area immediately surrounding the property are of a consistent scale and massing, and previous home builds have respected that particular scale and particular massing. The proposed development, which is significantly larger than those builds, is out of character for this neighborhood. Second, the variances, even those just submitted, do not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaws, or I suppose just the one zoning bylaw, just the new bylaw. In particular, the applicant still wishes to build a house that is longer and more dense than the bylaw intends, and as such, it represents an affront to the city's planning principles that are set out in the bylaw. In particular, I point out that the requested variances collectively propose to still more than double the permitted density on the subject lands. It's my submission that exceeding the density by such an order of magnitude is clearly beyond the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. Third, the variances are not minor. The applicant, again, proposes to more than just about double the permitted density on the property. Now, I recognize that the measure of what constitutes minor or not is not sheerly a numerical calculation, but this is a very significant departure that cannot be considered minor. Additionally, the proposed increase in length will result in a structure that is significantly longer than the existing structure, and collectively, this results in a building that is simply too big for the lot and too big for the neighborhood. Finally, the variances are not desirable and particularly will have an adverse impact on my client's property. As I mentioned, my client's property is immediately to the northwest of the subject property. At the back of my client's house is a rear yard and deck condition, and the proposed home currently is proposed to extend back about 4 meters approximately from where the current building exists. So whereas now our client has a yard condition, their own yard condition adjacent to the neighbor's yard condition, under the proposal, there will be an extended wall with windows. My client has significant concerns with respect to privacy and overlook, as well as shadowing, particularly given that no shadow or sun study was offered by the applicant. In conclusion, the proposal represents an attempt to shoehorn an overly large home that is truly out of step with the character and built form of the neighborhood. Instead of designing a home that's responsive and reinforces the surrounding neighborhood character, the applicant has put forward something that is simply too big and has adverse impacts on my client's property through the potential for shadow, overlook, and reduction of privacy, particularly in the rear outdoor amenity space. It's for those reasons that I submit that this application should be denied by the committee. Thank you very much for your time.
I have a question. Do you know what the density is of your client's home?
I don't have a calculation of the density of the home. It is a two-story home that, as if you can see,
Based on the plan,
Right.
the comparison, but I just would like to know what point 4 looks like, what the bylaw contemplates in terms of size. So
I can't say-
under, over, you don't know.
I can't say more than it's reflected fairly on the plans.
Right, but it could be quite a bit under what the bylaw requires. So just a ballpark, that's all I wanted to know.
Unfortunately, I don't have that information.
Very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's David Lewis. I am, my wife and I are the owners of the house at 8 Glen Cedar Road, which is immediately adjacent to the south. I am not going to repeat Mr. Halpern's presentation. I think he spoke to most of the issues, including why it does not meet the 4-part test, and I will not get back into that. The main issue that I did want to speak to and to reiterate is the overall scope of the house. As it was although it was pointed out by Mr. Wengel of about a number of houses in the neighborhood that have similar, have been given similar density allowances, and particularly pointed out 1 Glen Cedar, I would like to point out that 1 Glen Cedar has not been built. They have not done that, and they've, as far as I know right now, having spoken to the people, the neighbors, they don't have any plans to actually build that. So I think it's irrelevant for the purposes of comparison. The main issue here really that it comes down to, this is a 3-story, even if it fits within, the 3rd story may fit within the height allowance. There's only one other house in the, on the block that is 3 stories, and that house, the 3rd story was added as a part of a renovation recently within the existing attic, so did not change the house, or the envelope of the house at all when they did so. And essentially, what we're really looking at here is a house that would be more typically expected to see on a large Forest Hill or Rosedale lot, not within CEDARVALE, and certainly not this part of CEDARVALE, where although the lots may be 50 feet, this is, or some are, in the case of our house, is 60 feet. The houses are much smaller than that and don't have that level of density, and the volume of this house is just not appropriate for the area.
Thank you very much. I have just a couple of questions. What is the impact? You're right next door. What will the impact be on your enjoyment of your property?
Basically, living, we have a driveway down the side of the house against theirs. There will just create a very large canyon effect to that. Just the sheer volume of this house will change the streetscape, change the characteristics of our part of this driveway that runs down the side of the house.
Are you aware of the 4 variances which have been eliminated from the proposal?
I am.
It just leaves 2 at this stage.
To be honest, the ones, the
length and FSI.
Right, and we were concerned about the front yard, and appreciate that that's been eliminated. But it's the overall floor area one that was the biggest concern to us coming into this, and that we were most interested in. We did meet with Mr. Wengel to discuss that in advance.
Thank you. Other questions of?
Yes, sir.
Although you've addressed some concerns about its impact on your particular house, like your neighbor that spoke, or the lawyer that spoke for your neighbor previously, unless I misheard it, what I heard both of you say is that you felt that the built form here was out of keeping with the character of the area, and therefore your concern was largely to do with community character and consistency of that character. Have I got that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just there's no houses of that size, that coverage in the immediate area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You should go to the podium and
correct that.
Sorry. I'm Gail Nussbaum. I'm also 8 Glen Cedar, the house to the south. First of all, I mean, it seems like no one's really appreciating the nature of the streetscape. And so I've taken some pictures, first of all, just so that you can get a feel of the neighborhood, because I don't think it's fair just looking at plans for you to just make a decision on what, so if I could put some.
Please, we'd like to see those.
I brought many more because I overdo things, but just to get an idea.
Give us an idea, please.
Hey, of course.
Pick your best 4 or 5.
So the house on the far left is the house that is being proposed to be taken down. There's the houses that are to the north. The house to the north would be the neighbor number 12, who has been spoken with by the learned solicitor here. That's the street going north. Let me switch pictures. So that's a better look of the houses. As you can see, they're modest homes, 2-story, and not even with high-pitched roofs. So we're talking now going 6 houses to the north of the house in question, so that you get the idea of the size of the house.
Are these all...
This is the streetscape. This is what's being proposed now compared to what was there. This is what they're hoping to put on the...
But they're 50-foot lots, sort of, as this...
No, the funny thing is, as a rule, the south side of the street, where this house, we're closer to the south end of the block, have 50-foot lots. Ours is a 60. The majority of the street, once you pass 5 houses north, are 40-foot lots.
40-foot lots.
So it's considerably smaller. This is a 50. We're one of the few 60s. And so that's first and foremost. The second, okay, you can take that down. The other main, because I know that you're concerned about the neighborhood in general, but you also want to know the impact that affects us directly. I mean, that's what the most important thing is. And from what I've learned just now about your 4-point test and, what has to be done in order to, it's not just proving one or proving the other, has to do how it impacts my property directly. Because it's within your jurisdiction, whether a variance is considered minor or at all, you don't have to grant it if it's not in line with what's characteristic for the neighborhood or how it adversely affects. In our situation, we have a problem with our driveway. In that the house, which are 1933 builds.
Wait a second. No, I asked you were going to show some photographs. And,
yep.
I didn't know you were going to speak, so I don't mind the photographs, but at this point, I don't want to get into new submissions, please.
But this is how it's impacting which my husband left out, the fact that once this new house constructed the way it is, it will make it impossible for us to maneuver our car out of our driveway.
I want to hear that.
That's
become impossible to drive your driveway.
That's exactly it. So how this was built? Can you put time again? Basically, we have 2 driveways adjacent to each other, and that's how. These are the 2 houses adjacent to each other. So if you look at where the new the new property, where the new house is, going a little south, a little down, and then now to the left, we have a side porch, like a side entrance to our house, which is partly on our driveway. The new proposed, and the garage is at the very back. What we need to do to maneuver out of our driveway is to swing our cars to the left and then drive down the driveway. Can you show the...
Do you mean swing onto the other property?
Yes. And what we have is basically, and so if I go to my notes that I made, basically what this is a prescriptive easement that runs over each other's driveway to allow for our access to the garages. And there has been uninterrupted, peaceful use of this land for well over 20 years. And in fact, in the law of nuisance applies also, which states that an adjacent property cannot do anything to the property that will interfere with their neighbor's use of the neighbor's property. By constructing the house the way they are, and yes, they may be fulfilling the 4-foot side yard setback, but it makes it impossible to maneuver our car when there's going to be a brick wall coming down. It's giving us from our staircase, and I'm going to give you the exact, from our staircase to where the brick wall is, 11 feet. Now I know...
Now, please.
Pardon?
You need to summarize now, please.
Okay, so it's impossible for us to maneuver our car, and we have a right at law to have an easement over their property to make it safe and accessible for us to reach the back of the property. When snow is put against their side of the house, that will decrease that from 11 feet to something less than that, let's say 10 feet. A standard parking spot in a shopping mall is 9 feet wide. There you're pulling in for a length of a car. Can you imagine trying to move your car out, backing out through 9 feet for a length of 50 to 60 feet?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, is your easement a prescribed width or it's an easement to provide for maneuverability? That's what...
No, there's prescriptive prescriptive easements aren't on title. Yes.
As a committee, because I don't see anything on this.
Yeah, no, prescriptive easements aren't, but it's not to size, it's to make it possible. But at 11 feet, it's impossible for that easement to apply.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you had a letter that you wanted to
Oh,
submit.
yes. I'm sorry.
If you could just give that to the chair, that would be great.
One more letter that I want to...
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, this... Oh, read it in, yes. Pardon me. The letter just submitted is a letter from Louise Starkman, 9 Glen Cedar, and this letter is in opposition. So I'll ask the applicant now to return to address some of the issues that have been raised by the speakers. Raised by counsel for a neighbor was that the massing and scale of the proposal is not in keeping with the neighborhood, that it represents overbuild, and that there will be privacy and overlook concerns as a result. And I do want to ask, even though it's not on, this prescriptive easement issue deserves your comment. Are you aware of that prescriptive easement issue?
I am fully prepared to speak to that issue.
Could you give us your name, please?
Absolutely. I'm just going to maneuver the mic a little bit because otherwise there's echo, everything else, and I want to make sure everyone can hear me clearly. Is that okay for everybody over there? Everybody else can hear? Excellent. My name is Aaron Platt. I'm with the law firm of Davies Howe LLP. I am counsel to the applicant. I'm here today to respond to some of the comments, particularly given the concern raised over a prescriptive easement or an alleged prescriptive easement. We thought it might be best to hear from a lawyer in response to comments made by another lawyer. Correct. So my friend, as we lawyers like to call each other, is a lawyer. I had an opportunity to review title for the 2 properties, and I have copies of the parcel registers issued by the Ministry of Consumer Services, and I can submit those. What you will see on both properties is the estate qualifier under the Land Titles Act is that both properties are what's called fee simple absolute. Okay? That is a particular qualification under the Land Titles Act. And that's important because the Land Titles Act stipulates that where you have land registered under the Land Titles Act, and this is in section 51, despite any provision of this act, the Real Property Limitations Act, or any other act, no title and no right or interest in land registered under this act, the Land Titles Act, that is adverse to or in derogation of the title of the registered owner, which is my client, shall be acquired hereafter or be deemed to have been acquired heretofore by any length of possession or by prescription. The Land Titles Act itself bars any claim to a prescriptive easement on its face. If we were dealing with land that was registered under a different land registration system, it would be a different story. We are not. And it does not matter what's built on site. The law is the law, and the law is very clear. It goes all the way up to the Court of Appeal. If you have land and land titles, and particularly land titles absolute, you cannot ever make a claim for adverse possession. In fact, that's one of the very reasons for the land title system to exist in the first place, because the point of the exercise was to make sure everyone knew what land they owned and what easements they had or didn't have. And the government backs and guarantees titles under the Land Titles Act. So to allege now and to hear an allegation, frankly, by counsel that there is a prescriptive easement that isn't on title, can't be on title, is barred by statute, and no legal recourse has been sought or obtained for it, frankly, is a little bit surprising. Because the Act is dead crystal clear, and I have excerpts of the legislation if you'd like to read it. It's one sentence. I can provide it through you, Mr. Chair. I have a copy of the right from the Queen's printer.
Are you submitting this?
If you'd like it.
Fine, we'll take that. Could you address the issues, please, that relate to concern regarding massing and scale, privacy, and overlook?
Absolutely. I'll start with the privacy and overlook. Those were issues raised by the owner or counsel, truly for the owner, to the property to the north at 12 Glen Cedar. And I will note, and as you heard from my client's architect, that the proposal has been revised to eliminate virtually all the variances other than the small rear yard, the small extension to the back, this one-story breakfast nook, and the total FSI. What you also heard in that is that the envelope that the building is built in, that means the walls where they are permitted as of right. So the concerns that my friend is raising, that his client has raised over privacy and overlook on what I presume to be the north wall of the house, can happen regardless. There's no variance required for any of that. Those windows can be there today, tomorrow, and forever. There's no variance for height, so there's no windows that are higher up than they should be. There's no variance for building length as it relates to where any of those windows would be. So that whole entire north side of the property, in its current location, will not create any impacts that could not be created in a completely as-of-right environment. You cannot measure an impact based on what used to be there or what was there 55 years ago. We look to what are the impacts really between what the bylaw considers an as-of-right condition and what the applicant is seeking. There is no privacy or overlook impact, I submit, that is created by any of the variances that you have before you.
Thank you.
I believe I believe there was one other. That was the impacts to the north.
I'll ask you to wrap up. Begin
Sure.
your summary, please.
There was concerns raised over the general massing of the building, and what I would respectfully submit to this committee is this committee and the LPAT or the OMB before it has approved variances for FSIs within this range numerous times before. Mr. Wengel has provided you with examples. Mr. Wengel also provided you with examples where that amount of FSI was actually built into 2 floors. And Ms. Valentini, through you, Mr. Chair, you raised a very good question, which was, what would the FSI be without the 3rd story? And it would be 75. And we don't have all the data here, but I can tell you, because I live in the neighborhood, have lived in the neighborhood for nearly 40 years, and am quite active in the neighborhood, that FSIs in the 7.75 range are quite common within a 2-story building within this particular proximity, within this part of Cedarvale, never mind when you go further north. The impacts of that extra 0.1 in terms of the FSI, are all within the built form and the height that's permitted in the bylaw anyways. So that's really phantom GFA. It's not, whether someone's in there or not, the massing of the building, the roof line, the eaves troughs, the side yards, the width of the building wouldn't change whatsoever. And you just have an FSI of 75, which has been granted by this committee and the committee before it, and the LPAD and TLAB and whomever numerous times
very much
over the last several decades.
Excuse me? Yep, has the floor, and I think the committee is probably ready to either take this into committee or to go to a motion. Are there any final questions of the speaker? No further questions. We will take the matter into committee. And
I just have one question, just to cut through all the legalese that you presented
Sure.
us with. Gail. Sorry, Dale?
Gail with a G.
Oh, sorry, Gail. Gail had mentioned the problem that they would have in front of their garage, presumably. I imagine at the moment you do a three-point turn at the back and we're able to come up. Yes, I can see, yeah.
I don't want to say.
Right there.
Yeah.
Please, no, please.
Thank you.
No,
If I may again, just according to what you've just done, your presentation, there is no obligation on the part of your client.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If they believe there is, they have a forum that is not this committee to deal with that. And this is frankly an inappropriate place to raise it. It's not under the Planning Act. If they're seeking some sort of relief or right related to my client's property, they had ample time to raise that with my client or the previous owner, frankly.
Thank you very much.
Where's the court order?
Okay, thank you. This application is now in committee, and
Mr. Chairman, could the applicant put the current proposal, not the drawings, the actual, the variances that you're requesting, can you put them on the screen so that we don't make a mistake? Pardon? We don't have paper. Mr. Wengel usually gives us.
Mr. Chair, through you, may I sit or do you want me to stay up here?
You're welcome to sit. In fact, you should sit. So at this stage, yes, the variances have been, there it is. Okay, so we're down from 6, I believe, to 2. 2 that stand now are the one for FSI and the one that stands. Others have been eliminated. My thought on this is that with respect to the variance on length, as of right, 17 years is permitted. The applicant is now requesting 18.7. Relatively small amount. On FSI, applicant is asking 0.85, now down slightly. Where is the maximum? But we are dealing here with 3 floors, so 3-floor explanation in my mind, does explain and gives me some comfort on the FSI request. So I think I commend the applicant for having reduced the number of variances and reduced the severity of the overall request. And so for my part, I think the application is within reason to approve. I'm sorry, you may not. The application is now in committee.
Chairman, this is an unusual application. We frequently have community input that a building is out of keeping with the character of the community because it's somewhat larger or somewhat wider. But the properties adjacent are not large. These properties are large. I would question the proposal that these are modest homes. These aren't modest homes. They're quite lovely, beautiful homes. They're not modest. Having said that, I am convinced by the presentations that were made, and they're excellent presentations, that there is a prevailing overriding character to this area, to this street, and that the proposal that we have before us is not in keeping with that character. I believe that on that basis, the floor space index is not justified, and I therefore will not be able to support the application. Thank you.
I agree with Mr. Nipfel. I think the FSI in this case is too high for what is in keeping with what the current street is like. I mean, we've heard of one instance, but I appreciate the fact that perhaps the footprint of the building may comply. The FSI is another factor that helps temper buildings that are too massive, in my view. So I agree with Mr. Nipfel. I think the tweaking of the other variances is commendable, but I don't think the footprint is just the only factor. I think the FSI is almost doubling in this case, and I think that is probably not in keeping, or is not in keeping with what is in the surrounding neighborhood.
Mr. Byatt.
Mr. Chairman, on that basis, bring forward a motion.
Motion to refuse the application. Is there a second to that? Second by Ms. Valentini. All those in favor? Those opposed? The application is refused. Now, at this stage, now, to finish off the current segment, there's one application, one contested application to go. That is number 40. However, the committee members certainly are in need of a brief break. So what we're going to do is this. I'm going to vet the 3:30 segment, which contains 6 only applications. We'll see which ones are contested, which ones are not. We'll take a 10-minute break. When we return, the first application to be heard will be number 40, contested application, and then we will move on into the 3:30 slate of applications. So let us vet now the 3:30 segment. I'm going to ask for the applicant to identify himself, and if there are persons present who wish to speak to the application, for them to identify themselves also. Number 41, 231, 237 College Street, 177, 189 Huron. Applicant present. Are there persons in interest on that application? Seeing none, I go to application 42A and B, 263 Logan Ave and 15 Busy Street. Applicant, thank you. Person of concern? We have persons of concern on that application. It will be held down. Number 43, 253 CEDARVALE Ave. Applicant, thank you. Persons in interest? Yes, there are. That application will be held down. Application number 44, 205 Wychwood Ave. Applicant, thank you. Persons in interest? There are. 44, 205 Wychwood will be held down. 1220 Dufferin Street, number 45. Applicant. Persons in interest? Seeing none, I move on to the final application, number 46, 52 Chester. Applicant, thank you. Persons in interest? No. Okay, then, just to recap then, when we get into the 3:30 segment, the following applications will be held down. 42A and B, Logan and Busy Street. 43 Cedarvale Ave. 44 Wychwood. And that will happen as soon as we deal with number 40, the last one of the previous segment. So there'll be a 10-minute break now. We'll be back at 10 minutes after 4. Thank you.
snowing yet? Do we know? I feel like we're in longer. It's like. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's cute. Good use of the emojis. I like that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Committee will continue now, and we'll continue with application number 40, which is 233 Carlton Street. So I'd ask the applicant to come forward.
Hi there.
And persons here to speak in interest, would they please take these seats along the side, these chairs. This first row here, please.
Thank you. My name is David Calusi. I'm an architect with Workshop Architecture, and we are representing the owner.
Thank you very much. Just a moment, please. Quite a bit of material that the committee's dealing with on this.
Yep.
And a number of persons here. Okay, but Bob, just by show of hands, who is here with respect to 233 Carlton? Thank you very much. Okay. And there are 5 of you seated in this row. How many of you wish to address the committee? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In that case, sir, I'll ask you to come up to this row. So you're in the row of those wishing to speak. And I will, first of all, I'm going to limit you each to 3 minutes podium time. And I'm going to ask you to be very, very careful not to repeat things that your colleagues have already touched on. You each need to be dealing with new information that will help the committee in their assessment.
I just want to mention there's also some other people to speak as well. These are people who are going to speak against.
There are some persons in support here to speak?
There are.
Okay, so persons who wish to speak in support to the committee are who? 4 or 5? Is it 4? It's 4. I will also limit you to 3 minutes per person. And I'll give you the same caution. You need to be presenting new information that assists committee in assessing this, not repeating each other. Okay, and we will be relying on one person, and that will be you, David, yes, to both present the presentation and then to do the rebuttal after those in opposition have spoken. Okay. We'll be relying on you to be that person.
Thank you. I know you have a lot of material. I'd like to present 2 additional letters of support.
Okay,
they were.
You may do that now if you want to give them to me now, because I'm going to go over that now. Okay, for everyone's information, on this application, the committee has before it material submitted by the applicant, covering letter from David Calusi, covering letter from Justin Lewis, Shelter Support and Housing, summary of community engagement efforts from Joy Connolly and Joe Mahevic. We have an email correspondence from Heritage Preservation Services. We have in support sets of correspondence in support of the application. In interest or concern, we have correspondence from 237 Seton, 404 Sackville. In opposition to the application.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll help you out. There's approximately 87 letters in opposition.
87, and I think we can, the two that have just been submitted to me now appear
letters
to
of
be...
support. They're letters of support.
These letters of support.
Yeah, but specifically from clients and users of the existing facility, which I'll get into in my presentation.
Very good. Very good, then. Now, so applicant, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you.
Please.
Okay, you've touched on the massive material that you have in front of you. I don't wish to restate it, but I do wish to just draw out some salient points. The first is with regards to the variance request itself. This is by definition a technical variance. It's a request for a slight increase in GFA, but actually it's all just existing building area. There's no proposed addition. It's just proposing to use the space that's already there and that has been there for approximately 50 years. In fact, under this proposal, the net GFA as measured under the bylaw will be reduced because we're introducing an elevator shaft, which is an exemption, an elevator and corresponding shaft, which is an exemption, and a second floor balcony. So the delta, the net ask is from an existing GFA of approximately 745 square meters to a requested GFA of 763. Truly a minor variance. What you may not be aware of from the application material is that this is the reshuffling of an existing facility. That existing facility is at 67 Adelaide, and it's existed there for approximately 25 years. It's a drop-in center for women. That site is being proposed to be relocated at 233 Carlton as part of a massive citywide effort to combat homelessness on multiple fronts. 67 Adelaide will get freed up from its current programming in order for that site to be redeveloped and modernized to serve yet more of the community's most vulnerable. Obviously, there's people here to speak in opposition. We've heard some of their opposition. I've read the letters, and we want to hear more of it. But we want to focus the opposition on the variance and what we're actually talking about here, which is that delta in GFA. This isn't the forum to talk about the bulk of material as presented in the letters that I've read, at least. But that's not to say that we don't want to hear those concerns. We do want to hear them. As you mentioned, there's a 14-page summary of the consultation approach to date. The consultation approach is not finished. It's only beginning. We've already had very constructive feedback from the 2 public consultations we've had. We look forward to more. I had a very constructive conversation with one party of interest from the original roll call at 2:30. And he had some questions which we were able to answer that satisfied him, and he went away. And we look forward to speaking with him and everyone else at future consultation dates, which will be circulated, publicized, and open to the community. That's all I have for now.
Much questions of this applicant, committee members? Okay, then, we shall commence then to work through those that wish to speak in opposition. And we'll start with the first person. If you would take the podium, please, and give us your name. Your name and address.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Strathman, and for 15 years my office has been at 219 Carlton Street, 52 meters from 233 Carlton Street. I've been a criminal lawyer for 40 years. I'm well aware of the culture that grows up around shelters. Many of my clients have been residents of shelters, particularly Seton House on George Street. Many of my clients have mental health or substance abuse issues, or both. My clients have been arrested selling drugs in shelters. One of my clients stabbed a passerby on George Street for looking at him the wrong way. On July 6, 2014, Rala Fedrick was murdered out front of Seton House. He was shot. Rala was my client. Rala was hanging out with the other druggies and dealers outside the shelter. Another one of my clients was an eyewitness. I will not name him, as it is dangerous to be a witness in that culture. I live about a block and a half from 233 Carlton at 342 Ontario Street, and about a block and a half away from another shelter, Margaret's, at Dundas and Sherbourne. My home will be bracketed by Margaret's to the west and 233 Carlton to the east. In the 2 years since Margaret's went from being open 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. to 24/7, we have witnessed the explosion of crime in our neighborhood. This explosion has been recognized by the Toronto Police Service and has resulted in the allocation of 8 dedicated community officers from 51 Division for Cabbagetown South. The problems that are coming to our business district and to our residents are telegraphed by a recent job posting from Fred Victor for an overnight shelter worker. Fred Victor will be running 233 Carlton Street. Under working conditions, it reads, quote, all employees must expect to be in potentially threatening situations. It is an emotionally challenging position and at times a physically demanding job.
Mind you, Mr. Strathman, you should commence your summary now, please. You have about half a minute.
The problems with the residents of the shelter are not confined to their premises. They spill out into the street and bring these problems into the surrounding residential community. We don't get danger pay, but we have to deal with the fallout. Ward 13 has done enough. This is not a minor variance and not desirable development or land use, and I ask the committee to refuse this application.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? No, we'll go to the next speaker. Excuse me. The speaker has the floor right now. I'm going to put these on the overhead.
Yes. Would you like a copy too?
No, I don't, the overhead is good enough for me.
And I apologize, I have those Fred Victor.
Anytime?
Can you give us your name and address, please?
My name is Karen Marin. I live at 342 Ontario Street. I want to make clear I'm not objecting to the proposed services inside 233 Carlton. I'm objecting to citing these services, their location, the building's limitations, and the building is not suitable for the intended use. The applicant, when he spoke just right now, it is hinged on having a shelter at 67 Adeline. This should not be a consideration for this committee and not relevant to Planning Act 4 tests. Where there is need or hardship or other alternative, but to request a variance by zoning bylaw. This admission by the city that the site was selected and leased without proper due diligence, the applicant stated there was no preliminary drawings prepared, only an engineer report prior to signing lease. Our councillor has been working hard with the entire Cabbagetown community to solve safety and criminal issues. From a freedom request, information request, our councillor acknowledges one of the biggest challenges that we have with its service organizations. We cannot meet the operational and clients' needs within the four walls, and those who do not take responsibility for their site and clients outside operating hours in a number of locations sees vulnerable users spilling out onto the sidewalk for lack of amenity, common outdoor space, on-site, and light anti-social behavior that congregate in the forecourts or public realm of these spaces. The City of Toronto has issued a fact sheet. Is 233 Carlton becoming a shelter? We're told no. No, it's not. The proposed use group drop-in E and the project description, as indicated, make interior alterations to convert into a municipal shelter. Half the space is dedicated in the drawings for office space in the most recent plans. What is this property going to be used for? For over 2 years, I've seen people crowding on the sidewalks at Dundas and Sherbourne through the day and night. The sidewalk is consistently blocked. In addition, every Monday, starting at 4 p.m., both sides of the south side sidewalk are blocked with City of Toronto garbage bins and black garbage bags. It is proposed that garbage pickup and deliveries of all prepared foods be done at the rear of.
I'll remind you that you need to summarize now. You have about 20 seconds.
Blocking the TTC in front of the building. The garbage, if it is going to be picked up out front, there's a no standing sign. The people that get off the TTC will be blocked by the similar wall of garbage. The clients that are going to use this facility are not local. They're coming from 2.2 kilometers away. There is no factual evidence to show the use is needed in this neighborhood. This is not a minor variance and not a desirable development of land use.
Time is up.
I ask the committee to refuse the application.
Next speaker, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could we have your name and address, please?
My name is Dee Lewis. I live at 48 Rose Avenue, which is part of the Winchester Park area. I'm president of the Winchester Park Residents Association. Winchester Park is a particularly unusual little spot in Cabbagetown. It comprises 4 blocks. It contains numerous homes that are support homes. Elizabeth Fry, which helps women coming from prison, an Indigenous women's shelter, Covenant House, which helps young women who are trying to get out of the sex trade and who have been trafficked, and Margaret's House, which is for women who have been abused and who often have mental health and substance abuse problems, is going to be opening in a year or 2. Including also, there are 23 rooming houses for men, run by TCHC. Now they're being actually run by Dixon Hall because of problems we had, which I will describe briefly in a moment. We also have St. Michael's House, which is a home for men who are recovering from addiction, run by it's not attached to the church, it's St. Michael's Charity. There's a halfway house for men coming from prison, and there are several private houses. We also have 4 co-op houses, which hold well over 2,000 people. In these houses, there are also apartments set aside for vulnerable people who are being supported. When the support they receive does not cover their rent, the renters in these co-ops actually raise their own rents to cover these people. We also have 55 Bleecker, which is a TCHC-run seniors home, Fudger House, which is a long-term seniors home, Dixon House, which is on a corner, which is running HIV/AIDS program. They take care of the guys in the rooming houses. They also have a Meals on Wheels program and many other programs coming out of there. They are directly across not directly, they're down the street from 233 Carlton. We also have apartment buildings, and there are some private homes in here. There are homes, also TCHC homes for families. So this is where I live. It's full of vulnerable people who are trying to get away from street life, many of whom were homeless and who have managed to find homes.
You should summarize, Ms. Lewis, please.
Okay.
Time is running out.
We've had really serious problems with drugs, getting into the rooming houses, drug dealers taking over rooms, sex workers taking over rooms. Right now, we're very peaceful. We got together and we drove that kind of thing out. This shelter, or whatever they're calling it, we have no objection to the programs inside, but we do object to what it draws. And in addition to the attraction of the women who are coming up there not knowing what this area has contained, the people in my particular part of the neighborhood are very vulnerable to the traffic that will come in with this house as well. For this reason, I ask you to refuse this application.
Do you have the list that you read of all the, have you got? Can you send it?
I can send it to you.
Helpful.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Oliver Geddes. I live at 10 Metcalf Street.
Thank you. 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm here to speak about the immediate adverse impacts the proposed site at 233 Carlton will have on the neighborhood, specifically the safety of our children. There are 3 elementary schools in the immediate vicinity of 233 Carlton. Lower Dufferin is 250 meters away, Spruce Court is 350 meters away, and Winchester, PS, is 500 meters away. These are all distances according to Google Maps. On Christmas Day, 2018, my kids and I went for a walk in the neighborhood. As we were walking through Spruce Court Elementary School, my then 6-year-old daughter fell about 20 feet behind. I then heard her say a voice saying, "Daddy, what's this?" As I approached her, I realized that she had picked up a discarded syringe. I was both scared and frankly horrified. Fortunately, she was wearing gloves. Rather than enjoying the rest of our afternoon basking in the innocence of our children on Christmas Day, we spent it discussing safety around discarded needles. This turned out to be a fortuitous thing, as this past fall we received a phone call from our vice principal stating that our daughter and her friend were heroes, that they had found 3 discarded syringes in the Winchester PS schoolyard during recess. They immediately told their friends not to touch them and went to get a teacher. 233 Carlton will be handing out safe needle kits. Let's let that sink in. Where's the logic in this? At what point do we say that the safety of our children must be considered? That the odds of other kids who may not be wearing winter gloves, may pick up needles? That these are kids that are going to be walking by 233 Carlton on their way to school, on their way to after-school activities, to walk to their friends' houses. They will not only come in they will not potentially come in only with discarded items from this site, but also violent and/or dangerous situations. Situations like this past fall when I was at our local drugstore with my 9-year-old and there was a man wielding a chef's knife. These are just a few of the stories I personally have. Everyone in our neighborhood has them. Again, the density of these services, 42% in one ward, is the issue here. We are a sympathetic and caring community. We understand that services are an absolute necessity and that this city absolutely needs more affordable housing and more services to help all those in needs. However, we as a city must all do our part. Every ward must help carry the load, and we must recognize that some locations for these services are better suited than others. Putting this latest shelter in the center of our retail strip within a short walking distance of 3 elementary schools in a ward that already carries way more of the load than any other in the city by a huge margin is not well thought out. It's completely irresponsible, and the manner in which it was dropped on the community without any consultation is unforgivable. This is not a minor variance, and I ask the committee to refuse this application. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Howard Bortenstein. I live at 20 Salisbury Avenue. I'll attempt to be brief and avoid repetition in the evidence as I've already heard a lot. So you'll see a few slides here. We're talking about the proposed use of this site is unclear. It's really difficult to understand if this variance is minor or not if we don't really understand what the proposed use of the premises will be. We see, if you go to the next slide, please. On November 18th, the original zoning notice came out, and it was classified as a commercial use in a CR zone by the zoning notice. And I'm sure you're aware that a municipal shelter is not a permitted use in a commercial zone in the CR use, in a CR zone. That proceeded with another zoning notice in January 15th. And again, it's referred to, the proposed use as Group D, which I think is referring to the building code, drop-in. That's an undefined zoning use, and it's not. And we've tried to find a land use authority that defines drop-in anywhere, and there isn't one. But it's not in the zoning bylaw, it's not in the official plan, it's not in any land use authority. I'll just proceed then to the next page. And there was a meeting with the applicant and the architect on February 10th, and there was no mention that a new submission was being planned. So 3 months later, and now the zoning notice is called residential use, and it's clearly in the zoning notice called interior alterations to turn it into a municipal shelter, which is a permitted use in the R zone. So you see how this, I've been talking to zoning, and they're haven't been responsive in saying what was the change. The plans hadn't changed materially. What informed the zoning examiner to change it from commercial to residential. The drop-in center, the Toronto Building Zoning is saying a drop-in center is a municipal shelter, but there's no indication of that is clear.
I should have let you know your time is running.
Thank you.
Please summarize.
Municipal shelter is a restricted use for City of Toronto purposes, and therefore the city must accept the determination of the use for it to be applicable. If the city rejects the proposed use, which it has, then it's not a municipal shelter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next speaker, please. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. My name is Bill Renaris. I own and operate the home hardware store at 485 Parliament Street, and I reside at 499 Parliament Street. I have worked and lived in Cabbagetown at that intersection for approximately 46 years. I am one of the largest commercial real estate principals in the area. I currently own 459, 479, 485, 487, 499, and I think I might have forgotten one, 489 Parliament Street. I am also chairman of the Cabbagetown Business Improvement Area. I am objecting to the application to permit the change to coverage and zoning permitting the use of this property as a shelter or drop-in center as is requested. I hate to say that we are premature to be here just because everything is quite unclear and we haven't really received a clear picture on what the city is planning and proposing. The retail district in Cabbagetown is under tremendous stress to stay a viable main street. Many retailers have left and others do not come due to the loitering, shoplifting, vandalism, and basic threat to personal property and personal safety. Tim Hortons has had to close their seating after 10 p.m. Toronto Police Services could no longer answer their calls and advised management to close after 10 p.m. Unless there was a matter of threat to life or physical violence, directly from TPS. The source, left after 2 years. Premise is still vacant. They were being targeted daily by thieves who would take the items and run. These are $15 an hour employees that are not going to risk their life to try and apprehend these thieves. Management decided to close the store. No Frills must now employ a security guard to deter theft. Shoppers Drug Mart has a nighttime security guard due to the incidences that they've had in the past and due to the concerns of the employees. Many more examples are available on request. These drop-in centers and shelters are known to bring an increase in crime to property and people, as our counselor has stated in her previous emails. TPS...
Please make your summary. Your time is running out.
Yes, sir. No proper planning or feasibility studies have been done regarding the impacts of having this type of operation in our district, and I strongly believe it will be a very negative impact on our commercial Main Street that is already suffering due to online shopping, the loitering, the theft, and the rising property taxes. Permitting this type of use on a commercial Main Street can cause huge plight to the street and its district in the long term. We need more AAA tenants to come to Cabbagetown to help keep our business district alive during these challenging economic times in retail. A 24/7...
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if anybody would like to file their written submissions, we will take them and add them to the record. You can file them afterwards if you'd like.
Please do that.
Your written submission today is different from your letter. You're quite welcome to also have that on record.
Very good. Thank you to those speakers. And at this point, we'll listen to the speakers in support. Why don't we start from the right and work this way, please? First speaker.
Hi. My name is Sandy Marshall. I live at 25 Naismith Avenue.
One moment, please. Oh, yes. We are being streamed live on YouTube. So please make a decision whether you wish to have your child with you.
I think she's sick. I don't think she'll stay anywhere else. So thanks for that heads up, though. So I'm a resident in the neighborhood, a homeowner.
I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating your name, please, and your address?
My name is Sandy Marshall, and I live at 25 Naismith Avenue.
Thank you. Please carry on. You have 3 minutes.
I'd like to express my support for the center. First, for the center in general. I welcome the 24-hour Women's Respite and Drop-In Center. I've lived in Cabbagetown for 9 years, and I have 2 little children. I love this neighborhood. We plan to stay for many decades. I love the park, schools, library, farm, all of it. However, I am aware of and worry about the many individuals struggling in the area. I'm relieved that the city is opening this center. There is an urgent need for support. Any neighbors that I have spoken to in person until today support the center wholeheartedly. And I'd like to share that with you, that there are many in the neighborhood who do support it. So thank you, and this is great news. In terms of this application, I support the application for the minor variance to the zoning bylaw. In terms of the gross floor area, I'll skip over some of the details. I think that they'll be able to offer more programming and services if they're able to use the basement space. And I urge the committee to support the requested variance so that the center can maximize their positive impact on our community. I'd like to address a couple of the concerns that have been raised that I saw in the letters of objection online from the Residents Association. There are 4, but I'll try to skip briefly. The concern regarding the use and the increased lawlessness that's already out of hand. They mentioned a few addresses in the letter I read, with 21 Park Road, 233 Dundas, and at Dundas and Sherbourne. I looked at those addresses, and my reaction in response to that would be that 21 Park and 233 Dundas support both men and women, and the Sherbourne's an overdose prevention site, and I don't think they're comparable to the Women's Only Center. In terms of the concern regarding use and this being, quote, a inappropriate, undesirable, and unneeded service in Cabbagetown, and that the clients that will use this facility are not local to Cabbagetown, this comment has confused me profoundly.
Should remind you your time is running out. You do need to summarize.
Okay. Because I do see individuals who could use this service who live there. So in my overall message I'd like to share is that a lot of these comments make it sound like Cabbagetowners are in a separate rural town or remote area where we can shoo away foreigners, but we're not. We live in downtown Toronto. The Moss Park residents, our Regent Park residents, and the St. Jamestown residents are our neighbors. And I'd like to be neighborly and support them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Phyllis.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Parody, and I'm presenting a deputation on behalf of the Right to Housing in Toronto. We're a coalition of organizations and individuals working to support the implementation of the human right to housing by the City of Toronto.
3 minutes.
And we come before you today to offer information about Toronto's commitments and obligations vis-a-vis the right to housing, in order to support and inform your decision in this application. Your decision here will have a profound impact on the right to adequate housing in Toronto. We urge you to support this application so that this new site can be opened without delay. The human right to adequate housing is enshrined in several binding international treaties signed by Canada. And in June 2019, the Government of Canada implemented this right in Canadian law for the first time. The National Housing Strategy Act commits the Government of Canada to progressively realize the right to adequate housing for all in Canada, with priority to those in greatest need. In December 2019, Toronto City Council followed suit, adopting the Housing TO Action Plan, Canada's first municipal housing and homelessness plan that is based in human rights. The Housing TO Plan is founded on the Toronto Housing Charter, which affirms the following rights, which are of relevance to this application. First, all residents have the right to housing that is accessible and takes into account the specific needs of historically disadvantaged and marginalized groups. Also, all residents have a right to equal treatment with respect to housing, without discrimination, based on membership in groups protected by the code, or on homelessness or housing status. Further, the City of Toronto commits to require that any future city decisions, policies, services, and programs that impact housing are screened and assessed for impact on the Toronto Housing Charter. So as a city body making decisions that impact housing, the Committee of Adjustment has an important role to play in upholding these commitments to decision-making that is based on human rights. And your decision in response to this application engages human rights in two important respects.
Should remind you your time is running out. You need to summarize, please.
Thank you. This decision will have an impact on access to shelter for one of the most vulnerable groups in our city. And secondly, in receiving and weighing communication from neighbors, the committee has an obligation and a duty to distinguish legitimate objections from those that discriminate in intent or effect on grounds protected by the code. Many of the objections you've received are perhaps technical in nature and are not in my area of expertise, but it will be important to discern where these objections or requests for deferral merely screen a discriminatory intent to keep certain persons out of the neighborhood. So to conclude, we urge the committee to uphold the right to adequate housing and shelter free from discrimination for all residents of Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Hambley, and I'm the CEO of Fred Victor. And thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon.
Let's carry on.
I will keep my comments to the minor variance piece, which I think is what we are talking about today. And the minor variance, this application will seek to increase the usable space in the basement through the addition of usable staff office space, staff eat-in kitchen area, as well as space for client showers. Additionally, the exemption is to eliminate 2 parking spaces to make way for program deliveries and garbage takeaway in the back of the building, not in the front of the building. And the proposed basement plan will provide dedicated staff spaces without encroaching the needed space for client activity upstairs in the main building area. And the conversion of the space to usable office space will allow for more programming activities to take place and keep it exclusive to the client program space for needed drop-in food areas and space for community engagement, which is vitally important for a drop-in space for the client base that's coming there. Further, the space will accommodate on a one-to-one mental health and counseling services, group work, life skills work, housing help services, and employment training and job readiness activities. In fact, one of our community partners operates a computer club, if you will, to ready women for the workforce or other employment pieces. And many of the women currently at our site in 67 Adelaide are connected to our employment training programs as well. And finally, this valuable space resource will be devoted to social engagement, what a drop-in is supposed to do for people who have had very troubling, traumatic lives in their long term on the street or who are marginally housed, and many years of experienced violence on the street, in fact. And the removal of 2 parking spots will not cause great staff concerns. At our current program at 67 Adelaide Street, there are no dedicated parking spots at all. All current staff use public transit to get to their work.
That variance request has been deleted. That's no longer an issue.
Yep.
The only issue we're dealing with is in terms of variance, is the increase to 2.45.
Yeah, and that is to increase the space for programming upstairs and then the staffing area downstairs. Currently, it will be staffed 24/7, so there's a staffing area that needs that level. On average, 3 to 4 staff per shift. And then during the daytime and early evening hours, there will be partner staff on site as well to deliver those services.
Your time is up, thank you, but I think panel members may have some questions of you with your knowledge of the application and its intricacies. I know that I do. One of the things I hear people asking for is some clarity on this. For example, with respect to the housing side of it, you've described some uses. One-on-one counseling, life skills training, employment training, social engagement. Sure. How about the actual housing element of this?
So we do have currently, and will be offered in this site as well. One of our programs is called the Housing Access Services Program. So there are workers that will work with the individuals who are homeless in that space to find housing that meets their needs. The biggest need, obviously, is affordability, which we've heard is a challenge in this city. In the last year, I think we have housed out of the 67 Adelaide, probably, it may sound like a small number, but it's a significant number, about 20 to 25 individuals to find permanent housing. for their needs. And many, as folks have indicated, have issues around chronic homelessness, been in the shelter system for many, many years, and then finding that support level to find the right housing, ideally at the right time.
Now, are those persons, the 25 that you mentioned at Adelaide, were they actually living at Adelaide in the interim?
Some were staying at Adelaide, some were staying at our local shelters. In fact, I would say on average, people, yes, there is an overnight service there, and there's no denying that. My understanding going forward, it would be limited to about 30 individuals. But on average, there's far more people going into the programming space. Many live in, some live in the Cabbagetown area, and some live in the rooming houses and other housing that is local to that area. However, many are on the street, so we can't deny that there are certainly people who are on the street or in the shelter system that will have access there. I just want to remind folks that in 2014, Council did decide for 24-hour drop-in services, particularly after a very violent incident that did take place around Cabbagetown, where a homeless woman was violently beaten, and that precipitated the need for a 24-hour component.
Is there, another question here from my colleagues? No, I said. Okay, and is this a women's only shelter?
Women's only.
Women's only.
Yeah.
Any other questions of this speaker, colleagues? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you for having me here. My name is Alison Fulby, and I'm the priest director at All Saints Church Community Center, which is at Dundas and Sherbourne, and we run one of the oldest drop-ins in the city, almost 50 years old, and we serve a very similar population to the Adelaide Women's Center. In fact, many of our women are also women at the Adelaide Women's Center. So I want to talk a bit about the value of a drop-in, which we see every day, and was actually measured at All Saints a number of years ago, 2014, in something called the HALO project. And they looked at the value that All Saints, and our main program is the drop-in, so it would be the value of the drop-in, how much it contributes to the common good of the community by looking at suicide prevention, reducing the cost of illness, hospitalization, helping end addiction, and so on. And it found that every dollar spent was actually had a halo impact of between $33 and $34 in the sort of value of this drop. And really the central thing that we provide here is human connection. And that's what all drop-ins do. The point is to find a place where people can be connected with resources and also care and feel like they're cared about, since really most homeless people feel pretty uncared about. But the importance of human connection goes just beyond All Saints. It's also it's very important in the context of the current opioid epidemic, where we have people dying on our streets every day. And that the further importance of connection and drop-ins is illustrated by another study, Canadian study years back, called Rat Park, which some of you may be familiar with, and if you're not, I encourage you to look it up. In the study, they had sort of two groups of rats. One was a group, they were isolated in cages. The other group, they were in this mini rat paradise, which they called Rat Park, and it had lots of space, and it had lots of sociability, and food, and training wheels, or whatever it is that rats really like to do. And they offered, in both groups, they offered them plain tap water, and they offered them morphine water, so opiates. And they found that, not surprisingly, the rats that were isolated in cages became very quickly addicted, because they're bored and there's nothing else to do, while the rats in Rat Park would occasionally try the morphine, and then for the most part they just preferred hanging out with each other. And so this really changed the thinking around addiction, that environment plays a very significant role. And the takeaway quote for me when it comes to Rat Park was this from someone many years later, a writer named Johann Hari, who said that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but genuine human connection. And that is what is provided by drop-ins, by the Adelaide Women's Centre and by All Saints and by drop-ins across our city. And these points of connection are especially important for our homeless population, which is, I should say, increasingly elderly.
May I ask you to make your summary, please?
Yes. I just want to tell one story. An elderly Scottish woman turned up at Dixon Hall last year. She was in her 80s. She lived with her daughter. Daughter died. She lost her housing. There was nowhere for her to go. Where did she go? She went to the Adelaide Women's Centre because no place else would take her. These are our grandparents. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, that's all the speakers then, and we'll ask the applicant to return, specifically to answer some of the concerns raised by those in opposition.
Great. So yeah, I just want to touch on, as I said.
Can I ask a question before you do that?
Of course.
Because unless I have a complete misunderstanding of this application, it doesn't seem to me that we're here discussing use.
Absolutely, that's my first point.
It's here for you.
Correct.
Use.
Absolutely.
And if this application were denied approval today, then the drop-in that is being proposed to be located could still be located in this building.
And would be.
My understanding is the only thing that is before us is an increase in the floor space index. The other point that I'd like to make, and I'd like to make it very forcefully, the comment was made about lack of discrimination, to not discriminate against users. And I have to say, from my own perspective, I heard the exact opposite of that from everyone that spoke today. I thought that everyone went to pains to explain their support for these uses. The point that I heard over and over again was that a large percentage of these uses are concentrated in one particular area of the city. If I'm not mistaken, it was 42% of the services are in one particular area. And the proposal was or the comment was made that perhaps that's not equitable, that they need to be spread out a bit more. Before we talk for many, many more hours about the use, I didn't hear anybody on either side say that the use itself was a bad idea. What I heard people say was the concentration of the use, which is not before us. The only thing that is before us is the floor space index. And I think it's really important that we focus on what's before us rather than
You just read my closing statement. That was exactly what I was going to say, and you said it probably more succinctly than I was going to. 100%. That is what we're talking about. We're talking about the variance, which is FSR and FSR only. However, because there were a lot of comments about use, I do just want to clarify. I want to clarify what's been consistent in our application, which is that it's a drop-in center. Drop-in center is not a defined term under zoning. It's a defined term for SSHA, the city's Shelter Supported Housing Administration. That is where it's a defined term. That's why our applications have consistently said drop-in center brackets office. Office is the closest designation. Office is also not a defined term under the zoning bylaw, but office is the closest designation to a drop-in center, and that's based on precedent throughout the city. That's how they're defined. We know that the zoning certificate is reviewed by the building department, which is why we went on to further clarify Group D office. What does Group D mean? It means business and personal services. That's exactly what this is. So notwithstanding that we are not debating the use, which you're 100% right on, I want to clarify that, and we could have clarified that at either of the public meetings that we had, if we'd been asked that question, and in fact we were asked that question, which is my next point, which is the suggestion that there has been a lack of consultation. As you know, there's not a duty to consult for a permitted use. Nevertheless, there has been 2 widely circulated consultation sessions. Many of the people sitting here we spoke to at those, and there will be more, like I said in my opening statement. This is not the end of consultation, it's really just the beginning.
Are there any final questions of the applicant? Committee members? In that case, I think that this should be taken into committee. Unless someone is ready for a motion at this point. Is anyone ready for motion? Case, we have someone ready to make a motion. Carry on.
I must say the presentations on both sides are really well taken to heart. However, the presentation that the applicant and applicant supporters make, I fully support. I think here those in opposition will not deny the fact that we have an incredible need in the city of ours, and it's growing. More so with women that become more and more vulnerable. What's before us, as my colleagues have mentioned, is this question of the variance related to floor space index. And that is what I need to focus on. And as far as that is concerned, I would like to pass a motion that the application be approved as it stands before us. It is not the use that is in question.
Motion to approve by Mr. Byatt. Is there a second to that motion?
Clarify the motion that is. Moves.
Yes, thank you.
That, by the way, is without actually increasing the footprint of the building. This is all existing space within the existing. Motion, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All those in favor? The application is approved to permit the altered mixed-use building will have a floor space index equal to 2.45 times the area of the lot.
And for you, Mr. Chair, please, anybody who was here, fill out one of the decision request cards so that if this application is appealed, you're notified by TLAB of the appeal proceedings. If you don't fill out the cards, TLAB will not notify you yet. And you'll need to put your email because they do everything electronically. Thank you.
Now, we're moving on now to the 3:30 segment, to the uncontested applications. The first one to be heard will be number 41, which involves 231 to 237 College Street and 177, 189 Huron. And I'll ask those from the preceding application to evacuate the chamber, please. We'll just wait for a moment while they do that. All right. On application number 41, committee has before it materials submitted by the applicant, a covering letter from Adam Brown, the solicitor, a previous Committee of Adjustment decision affecting the property, and site-specific bylaw number 806/2015, which affects the subject property. I think we're just about ready to go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. I am Graham Frank, a planner with Adam Brown's office. I'm here today on behalf of 231 College Limited. We are simply seeking a single variance to a single parking space in a previously approved development, which is purely a technical request, which is resulting from the configuration of a park and the below-grade garage being larger than anticipated. I'm able to provide you with additional...
I don't think we need any further information, Mr. Chairman. I think you've redefined the word minor for variance. For one parking space.
One space, yeah.
So I would like to move approval of the application without condition.
Motion to approve, Mr. Nipfel. Second, Ms. Valentini. All those in favor?
Thank you.
The application is approved.
Thank you.
Next application, uncontested, is number 45, 1220 Dufferin Street. Applicant, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members. DeMarco, initials D.
Right.
I act on behalf of, you did mention that, and I knew he was here, and I'm going, okay, why aren't you objecting? So.
Okay, I'll handle this then, sir. Thank you.
Pardon?
I will handle this.
Yes, thank you.
Very much. Sir, may I ask you, are you here with respect to this application wishing to address the committee? You want to address the committee on this?
Yes.
Okay, were you here when I asked before?
Yes, he was here.
Well, the issue that I have on this now is that other people are also waiting, and we have identified 3 applications in which, that are already held down. So I'd like to hold this application down. It now becomes a contested application, and you will be heard in order after we have finished the uncontested application. So we move to application 46. We move to 4652 Chester, which is uncontested. And we'll ask you, sir, to come back a little while later. Yes, you'll have to wait for some other applications to be heard by the committee. We're moving now to number 52 Chester. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Cassandra Richardson. I'm the representative for the client at 52 Chester Avenue.
Thank you very much. On 52 Chester, the committee is dealing with material submitted by the applicant. Copy of plan of survey revised site plan. Correspondence from Cassandra Richardson, the agent. We have a staff report from Community Planning, Toronto East York, and 6 form letters in support. Now, committee members, do we have questions for the applicant, or would you care for a presentation?
I wouldn't mind a very brief description of what's changed, because it was a deferral for you specifically to change the drawings.
Correct.
So what did you change?
So the planning department asked us to relook at the front of the house. So originally, when we submitted it, was more of a box shape. We decided, and when meeting with the planner, that they wanted us to be more in character with the rest of the homes on the street. So we made adjustments to those. So now we reflect on the front of the house. We have a sloped roof with a peak and a third-story addition. And you can see here on this picture an outline of about 30% of the houses on this street are in this exact same scenario. So what we're proposing is no different than the majority of the houses on the street. So we did make changes to the front of the house so that we did increase GFA in order to make the changes to the front of the house. That was agreeable by planning in order to do that, to maintain the overall aesthetic look of the home that matches with the other homes on the street that also have done the same increase in GFA and third-story addition.
Did you have opposition previously?
We did have opposition previously.
Are they satisfied with the...
They are now satisfied. We presented them with the revised materials and we got no complaints. So we believe we've met their satisfaction now.
Have you seen the planning report recommending that basically that part of the construction be in accordance with the drawing? You're asking that the front and rear exterior main wall height with respect to variances 4 and 5 be limited to the proposed addition, provided that it be constructed substantially in accordance with shown drawings, and then they list the site plan, roof plan, west elevation, east elevations. So they're asking that what you're proposing to do be constructed substantially in accordance with that.
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Do we have any other questions?
No.
Okay, on that note, I think what you're proposing now is clearly in keeping with what's going on in the area with the sloped roof and peak. So my motion is going to be for approval of the application subject to the conditions set out in the planning.
Okay.
By Mr. Nipfel. Motion by Ms. Valentini. All those in favor? Application is approved.
Thank
you. Okay, and now we begin with the contested applications in this segment, beginning with 42A and 42B, application numbers 263 Logan Ave, 15 Busy Street. I'll ask those that may be here in interest, come up to this row. Are there others? Just one person?
Yes, sir, there was another gentleman here that we spoke to in the hall, and I'll explain that we were able to resolve his concern through discussion.
Very good. Just a moment, please, on this application. And On this application, the committee is dealing with material submitted by the applicant, presentation material from Henry McGann. We have correspondence from community planning, from Urban Design Heritage Planning, Toronto East York, archaeology, staff report from Engineering and Construction Services, and correspondence in concern or interest from Elise Sabanek, solicitor representing owners of 918 Queen Street East. Your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ian Andres. Last name's Andres. I'm a solicitor with Goodmans, here on behalf of the applicant and the owner of the subject properties. With me is Mr. Larson from Hunter & Associates, planning consultant, and representatives of my client are here as well. Mr. Chairman, there's two applications before the committee today. The first is a consent to sever the land into two parcels, together with a right-of-way easement for vehicular and pedestrian access in favor of the conveyed lot over a 6-meter wide portion of the retained lot, and I'll speak to that in a moment. The minor variance application is for a single variance to permit a public parking use on the conveyed lot, which is an existing, long-standing, decades-old condition that our client is now seeking to formalize through this application for just the conveyed lot. No other variances are requested, and the consent application will not affect any of the existing right-of-way or easements on the property, which was the subject matter of what the other gentleman wanted to speak about, and also the subject of the letter from 918 Queen, which has now been resolved through my response to them. So, Mr. Chairman, this subject property is currently undeveloped. As you can see from the slide there, it's currently a surface parking lot, and it's used in conjunction with the adjacent Value Village store, which is highlighted in yellow, 924 Queen Street East. But it's also a paid lot where people can go and park and go to the shops on Queen Street and the restaurants. In October 2019, so about 4 months ago, City Council enacted zoning bylaw amendments to permit the westerly half of this parking lot to be redeveloped with a block of 6 townhouses, which will front on Logan Avenue and will get their vehicular access from Busy Street through a common element drive aisle leading to garages at the rear. So perhaps Mr. Larson, just put up that slide. So there's 2 bylaws passed by City Council in October to permit this 6-unit townhouse development. It went through the standard zoning bylaw process. It was the subject of a favorable staff report from planning recommending approval of the rezoning. And staff acknowledged right in that rezoning report in the opening summary paragraph that the existing parking lot would therefore be reduced and reconfigured and proposed for severance and conveyance as a separate standalone lot. So as part of that review process, it was also determined that because this reduced parking lot would become a standalone lot, that a minor variance would be required to permit the public parking use, because this property is actually within the neighborhoods zone in the zoning bylaw in 569. And without this variance, the section of the zoning bylaw does not permit public parking as a principal use on a lot in a residential zone, notwithstanding that in practice, or in the reality is that this lot serves and functions as a supporting use for the Value Village store and for the other properties on Queen. But technically speaking, it'll be a principal use on a standalone lot, and therefore a variance is required. So essentially these applications amount to an implementation exercise following on council's approval of the rezoning. City Planning has sent in an email confirming they have no opposition or objections to either the consent or minor variance application, which is consistent with their support for the rezoning application that was already approved. As you stated, there's also a memo from Development Engineering confirming they have no issues with the application. And the site plan review process is ongoing, but is expected to be completed very soon. You mentioned in the letter from one of the business owners on Queen, that owner just wanted to confirm that their existing right-of-way easement would not be affected by this application, which it will not. Obviously, we're not asking for the committee to extinguish any existing rights-of-way. And again, that's what the other gentleman wanted to speak about. Mr. Nagan, who's here, will speak for himself. We did have a discussion out in the hall. I have reviewed the presentation that he submitted yesterday. And I want to hear what he has to say, and I'll respond to it. But just at the moment, what I would suggest is, with respect, that his concerns are misguided and not related to the application that's before you today. He's expressed a concern about reducing the amount of parking on the site because in his view it'll cause a spillover onto the adjacent street network and cause more congestion. But in fact, what we're seeking here is not permission to reduce the parking lot. We're seeking to legalize or formalize the parking use on this lot. So without the variance we're seeking, in fact, there would be no legal permission for parking. So it's kind of counter to logic as to why he would be objecting to the legalization of parking on the conveyed lot. And secondly, it sounds like Mr. Nagan is looking for some change to the traffic flow on Busy Street, which is the east-west street to the north of the site, seeking perhaps a one-way designation. Obviously, that's not something within the committee's jurisdiction either. That would be something that would have to be taken up with the councillor and ultimately City Council. So finally, it's my respectful submission, this proposal meets the 4 tests with respect to the minor variance. It's a long-standing use that provides a significant benefit to the community and to the retail strip here, and in particular to the Valley Village store, which people use this lot to park and enter at the rear. It's minor in nature because it produces no adverse impact whatsoever. It's an existing condition that's been there for decades. It functions well, it has the support of city staff. And it maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw, because although public parking is not expressly permitted as a principal use in the residential zone, it's really serving an important ancillary function to surrounding properties and uses here. And so since the general intent and purpose is to ensure land use compatibility with the residential neighborhood to the north and the mixed use strip along Queen Street.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question for the applicant, please? Excuse me. Before you get away, question from one of the colleagues here.
Thank you for that presentation. It was very concise and helpful. I had trouble with this application. Based on the information we had, I would have given anything for that drawing.
Oh, in fact, we have another drawing which shows the
No, that's fine. I now understand it.
Okay.
There is a memo from planning recommending that you provide an archaeological resource property assessment. Do you know about that, and can you?
I do, sir.
And what's your view of that?
I
don't understand what it's there for.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe the request was that it be submitted as part of the site plan approval process. I think it's actually. My understanding is because there's a history of changes of use on the site, although it's been a parking lot for quite some time, it's just an abundance of caution, stage 1 assessment, looking for, final clearance that once the townhouses are developed, if they find anything that they'll be dealt with through the normal Ontario Heritage Act process.
As long as it's being secured through the site plan, and you haven't completed that process.
No, and that staff have that communication, obviously, and we'll deal with it through that process. You're welcome. Yes, sir.
All right, just another quick question. That parking lot that we're looking at, is that, do you know who the ownership of it?
Yes, so today the lot is owned by my client, the entire lot that you see outlined in blue there.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it's a corporate name, just have to find it on the notice, but I think it was 263 Logan Avenue Limited, which is the address obviously on Logan. It also has a municipal address of 15 Busy Street, but it's all owned together, and that's the reason why we're here today seeking this severance, because ultimately the portion you see in yellow will be the retained portion, and that'll be redeveloped as the 6 townhouses, probably through part lot control with a common element over the drive aisle at the back, and then the conveyed portion, which is the right half of the diagram, will either remain in, or it will be conveyed to a separate company, or potentially could even be merged with the Valley Village store, but it will be split from the townhouse condominium. It makes no sense to keep a vacant piece of land behind the townhouse.
It would have access through this easement.
It has access through the easement. It also actually on the ground today has direct access to Busy Street, but the purpose of the easement is to ensure access across that north-south strip. Okay, thank you.
Sir, please come to the podium. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Nang, and I'm the owner and resident of a home off of Busy Street. On the maps, it's right on the right side, so I'm further down the street. Busy Street is the only public thoroughfare access to my property. I rely on it for garbage pickup, for the parking, because I don't have a driveway. And I'm about 150, 200 feet away from the subject properties, and I'm directly affected by some of the issues that have been discussed today. So before I start my presentation in terms of substance, I understand that the rezoning application has already gone to council, and all I can say is for reasons unknown to me, I've never received notice of that process. In fact, I wrote to the planner sometime in June 2018. I have a printout of that email I can put up on the screen if you like. I was told that council meeting had already occurred and that I've been added to a list of interested parties. I'm raising substantially the similar issues that I'm raising then and now. And I never heard back from planning, from council. I wasn't invited to make submissions. Nothing came in the mail. All the while, the application sign was still on the property. And so I thought the process was still going. To my surprise, I saw this variance application posted on top of the sign just recently. I got notice in the mail as well for this committee hearing, and I came because that's what I wanted to do all along. And I'm here before you now because you're the last body I can take these concerns to, and I invite, my message to the committee today is to take a purposive look at the variances that are being asked for today. So what's the problem? Basically, the developer is seeking to turn, as you know, these half of the parking lot into townhouses. The picture speaks volumes. They put up a picture where the lot is entirely full. I can tell you, living on that street, that is the norm. Besides, when Value Village is closed, even when it's overnight, a lot of users use that space. And all of the parking lot, and the surrounding businesses as well. Once these spots are taken away, where are these cars going to go? In the rezoning application, the developer's transportation impact study makes no talk of this issue and gives no answer. Living on the street, I can tell you exactly what would happen. All of those cars are going to spill onto the streets and busy right now. Busy street, as the name suggests, is very busy. And all of the cars are going to drive around the neighborhood looking for parking spots and use up the parking spots that are available to us. And I want to have a couple pictures in my slides. I'm not going to go over them again, but I do want to show one.
Curiosity on Busy Street, is it like permit parking or isn't it paid parking?
It is both. So during the day, it is there's a green P parking available to basically everybody who uses the street, and then there's a couple of spots that are restricted for daytime usage. There's a daycare at the end of Busy Street, and then and then at night of certain hours, can't remember when, then it's permit parking only. So it's as it is mixed use, street parking is pretty much unavailable on all times that Value Village is opened. And of all the pictures I wanted to draw the community's attention to, I wanted to show this one. Sorry, the contrast in the lighting is not great, but basically I'm standing on Busy Street. I'm standing about in between my property. It is a big tractor trailer coming down that direction, accessing I believe, Value Village. And quite frankly, after this severance of the two spots, I'm not sure if this truck has enough turning radius to come back out of that parking lot. So again, I'm not suggesting that this variance is my friend is going to characterize this as an implementation issue or a technical issue. But the fact is, there are a lot of issues with respect to how this street is used and reflowed that has not been considered by my responsible mission by council. And I'm here today inviting a purposive look at how this variance is going to cause. And my bottom line submission is this, that at the end of the day, this is not a minor variance. This is a technical variance in paper. It's being couched and presented this way. And in fact, the impact are substantial to everybody who uses that street, including the daycare. You can see there's actually a house there. The daycare is on the right. We all rely on this street. I invite this committee to make a decision that it can based on obviously its own case law, jurisdiction, and the like, and emphasize that this is the last only body that I've had an opportunity to make these submissions to, and that your decision could very well be the difference between shovels going on the ground tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Is the case, any questions?
I just have one question. I'm just looking at satellite image of Busy Street, just in that area. There's a space that's just to the east of the Value Village building that looks like either a parking lot or space for deliveries and that sort of thing.
No, there's actually, so it's Value Village, if I can put a map of the unit.
Offloading this side.
So if we look at the building here, again, my friend has probably a better picture from Google Maps, but if we look at the blacked out area, that's a lot that's being severed right now by this application. To the right is Value Village, and then you see two lots there. Those are actually separate lots. I don't believe they're owned by Value Village or any associated. One's a dental office and the other is a building, and the two long access to Busy Street, they are driveways, so they're not access for anybody. For the Queen Street properties, correct. And then my place, actually, you can see is that there's a street that protrudes we're one of the townhouses that access Busy Street from a right-of-way that goes onto Busy.
I understand your concern about impact. It's that by doing away with these parking spaces that are widely used overnight by people, that traffic will park overnight on Busy Street, and the impact on you as a resident of Busy Street will be difficulty in finding. You'll still have your permit parking, but it may be tough to find a spot.
It's actually not just overnight, but at all times that the business is in use. I mean, again, the picture that my friend showed tells all that we need to know. It's full all the time during the day. At night, I would say it's about half the capacity. Street parking is already impossible to find during business hours. Overnight, it's a hit and miss. So at the end of the day, though, again. I want to be clear that I understand the nature of, technically, the nature of this application. What I'm imploring this committee to think about is a wider impact, again, of severing these two lands, going ahead with the townhomes with on adjacent properties, yes. Also, the traffic direction is obviously an issue, as I've shown in the picture.
Thank you. You understand, notwithstanding the fact that a lot is being used for parking, is not a permitted use in any event.
I mean, it's being used right now as parking. I mean, I don't actually,
But it's
I do.
not permitted.
I don't oppose the part of the application that continues the lot or designates the lot as a parking lot. That's right. And it's actually, because we're bundling two, it's the splitting of, I guess if you want to be technical, it's the splitting and creating that little easement, I suppose, that I'm taking objection to. It's not, again, that lot has been the lot, and my friend pointed out, for many years, and that's fine. It's been right. So I do, yeah. And I take no objections whatsoever on that part of the application.
You do understand that one of the variances is to allow the parking lot to be a parking lot.
Great, and I don't object to that application. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly in reply, I obviously can't comment on the notice issue alleged with respect to the zoning application, but I would say Mr. DeGan acknowledged that there was a sign posted on the site for the zoning application that he saw, so I'm not sure what the notice issue would be. In any event, the rezoning is approved, as I said before. It can be built, those townhouses can be built without this severance or without this minor variance on the conveyed lot. The reason my client's seeking the severance is because it doesn't make sense to retain a paved area at the rear of the townhouse block once those townhouse units are developed. It makes sense to have those as a standalone, separate ownership use. And the purpose of this application, as I think I heard you say, is clearly to permit parking. It's not to remove parking. It sounds like Mr. Nagan is effectively trying to create some positive obligation on my client to maintain parking spaces on the site. Of course, that's not the purpose of this minor variance application. And just because a use is permitted in a zoning bylaw doesn't force the owner to actually use the property for that purpose. It's just a permitted use. It's permissive. It's not mandatory. And at the end, I did hear Mr. Nagan fairly acknowledge that he's not actually opposing the variance to permit the public parking use. So if he's not opposing that, and I didn't hear any opposition to the actual severance in terms of where the lots are proposed to be divided and the right-of-way easement proposed to be created, then I don't actually think there's any opposition to the application. So I would respectfully urge you to approve both applications.
Committee members, are there any further questions of the applicant? No? In that case, I will look to committee, please, for a motion.
So I'm prepared to bring a motion forward. In terms of the consent, my motion is for approval of the consent. I think the issue here is not the rezoning that's happened. It's to divide the lots, and I think this meets the tests in terms of consent under the Planning Act. So my motion's for approval of that with the standard conditions that we see. In terms of the second the minor variance application, in terms of the use for the public parking, we've heard that, in fact, there is obviously a benefit to having this piece maintained as public parking. So in my view, the use is something that's being used right now in any event. So, and we've heard it makes sense to continue that. So I believe that the variance for parking use is, also meets the four tests for minor variance. So my motion is for approval of both the consent and the variance application.
Second to Ms. Valentini's motion. All those in favor? The application is approved. And committee moves on now to application 43. (253) Cedarvale Ave. Applicant, thank you for coming forward. Persons here in interest, please take these chairs in the first row. On this application, committee has before it material submitted by the applicant, copy of plan of survey, a revised site plan, correspondence from David Stickney, agent, correspondence in opposition from 5 addresses on Cedarvale Avenue. Before we begin, there are 2 of you. Do you both wish to address the community? Both of you wish to speak? I'm going to limit you to 3 minutes each, please. And applicant, may I ask your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. My name is David Stickney. I'm the agent for the owner of the property who is here today.
Thank you. Please proceed with your presentation.
Mr. Chairman, we're here for 3 variances. There are additions proposed to the dwelling at 253. And I want to make it clear what is approved and at the moment is being built and what I'm asking the committee's discretion on. On the photograph or on the drawing, you can see the clouded portion on the left is what is proposed to be added. It's a small dormer, and I wanted to make it really clear that this is just for symmetry only. There's no function to it, there's no space in it, it meets all the setbacks, and it aligns with the approved height of the building at the moment. But it is an aesthetic thing to make the front symmetrical. So, I mean, if variances are granted in whole or in part, I want the committee to realize that this is a separate thing that has no particular function.
Can we just pedal back to that? Because I know this is under construction.
Correct.
So when I reviewed the materials and then I looked at it, the bubbled area, are you saying is the only area that's being added?
That's the only exterior.
What prior permission? Like, is there another variance that has been granted? Right now, you're asking for an FSI of 0.915, so
correct.
Surely that doesn't capture the 915.
I can address the second variance in a moment.
Okay.
The proposal there was a proposal before the committee in 2010 that was approved for the dwelling that is, for the most part, what you see on the left-hand side of that. The proposal that came to the committee recently and was deferred was for an addition over an existing driveway, and that remains, that addition is over the driveway, but it is approved by the buildings department at this point.
That's where I'm confused.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? It's approved by the building department, complies with...
There was a permit application filed in 2010 pursuant to the decision of the committee of 2010, and that is predominantly what you see in the right-hand drawing, without the addition over the driveway. The addition over the driveway is totally legal under all bylaws for setbacks, for floor area, and that application went back to Buildings Department recently and was approved to finish what you see on the right. Correct. That triangle at the top for symmetry.
I'm sorry, I just,
I don't understand it either.
I don't understand, what was the previous approval for? Maybe I didn't see it. Do we have a copy of the previous decision? Because maybe that'll help me figure out what the starting point of
The previous decision was for a height of a minimum required side yard setback on the north side, which is existing, of 0.11 instead of 0.45, and a permitted height of 9.98 as opposed to 8.5 bylaw maximum. So that's why I say what you see on the left-hand side of that drawing was approved by the committee. It was way less than the floor area that was permitted under the bylaw at the time. It's totally what I have the permit drawings here that is exactly to the limit of the zoning bylaw. So a permit was granted for that, and that is what's under construction right now.
But what about this pop-out, this cantilevered portion? That also?
It's approved.
Within the 0.75 FSI?
Correct.
So the jump in FSI from 0.75 to 0.915 is that small piece at the top?
No.
Small, but...
There is no floor area in the top. That's what I'm trying to distinguish, is that that's an aesthetic thing only for balance. The increase in the...
It's generating the building height going from 8.5 to 9.96 and the floor space index going from 0.75 to 0.915. If the only thing before us is that little triangle in the roof.
I'm trying to come to that, actually.
Okay. I jumped ahead. Okay.
Keeping in mind that that's an aesthetic addition, and I can show you the plan that there's no access to it, there's no space in it. It's just a small thing at the front. What causes the floor area to increase is the addition of a suite in the basement of the building. And because we're asking for a total of 3 dwelling units, the basement counts as floor area. So if you denied, the building will look exactly like what is on the right, if you deny the application, and there won't be a suite in the basement. So we have an argument as to...
When I saw it, that the portion on the right complies with floor space index, is what you're saying?
Yes. We're simply matching the height. The addition that's aesthetic is matching the height of the decision of the committee in 2010, which was 9.98. As constructed, it's...
For the house. Yeah.
Correct. Correct. Simply because the albeit aesthetic, it's at the level that is above the 8.5 of the bylaw. So
I guess, I understand you're saying the committee approved one half. I'm not sure if I don't know, I guess I can't speak for that, but that the troubling portion is the cantilevered portion. And that wasn't before the committee when the first approval happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
So without that cantilevered portion, and you're using the basement, does it meet the FSI? Because to me, that cantilevered portion does not seem to fit with what is currently in the neighborhood. That was the first thing that struck me, and then I started wondering, that surely is what's triggering the increase in the FSI.
The basement apartment is essentially what's triggering the increase from 0.75 to 0.91.
You could argue that is as well, because it's also contributing to the FSI. I mean, without that, is the basement, does it comply?
I'm not sure exactly the question, because that's approved already. The cantilever over the driveway. The original application was supported on columns over the driveway.
when I saw it that it seemed to be completely out of character with what's going on in the neighborhood. And to me, that's what where I thought the point extra FSI was going. So
That's not correct. That the FSI is for the basement, and it's a self-contained dwelling unit.
Okay. I think at this point, those that are here to speak to the application in opposition. So if I may ask you to have a seat.
Thank you.
And we'll ask the first speaker to come forward. Good evening.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rena Ginsberg. I live at 251 CEDARVALE Avenue, which is immediately south of the property in question.
You're the next door neighbor to the south?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm opposed to this application because the variances would have a negative impact on my home and other homes and on the neighborhood generally.
Tell us about the impact, please. How will this impact you?
Could I just give us a little bit background that might be helpful about what you were talking about?
3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. The applicants were granted revisions to the 2010 permit, and that permit was for a one-family house similar in width to the homes in the neighborhood. However, the revisions provide for a totally different, much bigger house than originally planned, including large south side addition. That house, as we know, has been under construction, and actually the structure is almost completed. It's huge building among the modest homes in our neighborhood, and I brought a photo to show, which is black and white, but hopefully it'll still... So that's the looking south. So you can't see the addition, or you can't see it very well from there. Right. So this house is already impacting, this building is already impacting my home and other homes in terms of the loss of sunlight, privacy and view, and a building that's out of character with the neighborhood. So we would like to avoid any further negative impacts in this application. Okay, impacts. If variances 1 and 3 are approved, the roof above the south side addition would reduce the amount of sunlight reaching our backyard and the 2 second-floor north-facing windows. And that would further limit the light that's already reduced by the south side addition. And apparently I've been told the roof height would also reduce the amount of morning sun that reaches the homes across the street. As well, here's something interesting. I had a conversation with a building inspector recently, and he said the applicants plan to, and maybe this is what he was talking about, I'm not sure, the applicants plan to build a dormer-like projection behind the south roof line, similar to one on the north side, and that's what you can see on that side. So the roof reaches a certain height, and then behind it there's a dormer sticking out. So I believe that's what they would put on the south side as well if they get their height variance. That makes sense? And that dormer would further block the light to our windows. The proposed height of the building is also counter to the character of the neighborhood. It would higher roof on the south side. You see, they have their roof on the north side. They're asking to get it on the south side. To a higher roof on the south side would make it look even bulkier and more out of keeping with the streetscape.
Ms. Ginsberg, I'll ask you to summarize, please.
Oh, you're kidding. Okay, I'll skip. Okay, variance 2, the requested FSI, is very much above the bylaw, as you know, and it's even greater than the variance requested in the application last year that was deferred. The applicants apparently need the FSI variance to allow for the basement apartment since they've maxed out the FSI with the height and the mass of the building. So that's how that's related to the basement. But the prospect of a basement apartment is a concern for many people in the neighborhood because it would add a third unit to the building, and that's very dense for a neighborhood of one-family homes. And a basement apartment would present the distinct possibility of transient short-term rentals. As well, parking is a major concern. And my neighbor, she will go into that.
Thank you very much.
Oh, can I show one other picture?
Thank you. Questions of the speaker?
This is actually the same picture that the agent presented, but what I want to say is the picture on the right, to me, looks better than the picture on the left. In other words, I think it looks less bulky without having that big addition on the roof. So that's the point.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Next speaker, please.
Hi.
Good evening.
I'm Tanya Mumry. I live directly across the street at 262 Cedarvale. And I oppose this build for a number of reasons. I echo some of the confusion that's been expressed regarding the planning. The original plan in 2010 was from a previous owner, and it was his dream house he was building. And the entire neighborhood was happy to put that permit through. It was in keeping with the neighborhood, single-family dwelling. He unfortunately passed away. So now we went originally to committee with a very different plan. That was deferred. Then the current owner said, well, you know what, we'll just go back to Joe, the 2010 permits plan. We'll build to that. And that's what he told the community, and that's what he started building. Except that that's not what he was building. It started to be bigger, broader. They pushed out the foundation that Joe had put in for his 2010 permit and built this large structure that you could drive cars under for parking. And it's kind of a muddled mashup of different styles of architecture. And again, not being a single family dwelling anymore, but being a multi-unit dwelling. So for the neighbors, we're very confused about what we're looking at. We're very confused and misled by the builder. We've had little to no communication. We have no transparency. And some of the direct effects for us are reduction of light. A lot of us on my side of the street have our bedrooms on the second floor, most of us. We now will look out our bedroom windows to living room, dining rooms because it's a multi-unit dwelling. We're concerned about a disruption of light at night. You know, we're a bit of a nerdy community. We work hard, we go to bed early. So things like that, the parking's major. I know that there's not enough space in that drive, in that backyard to allow 3 tenants negotiating around each other. They will be parking on the street, guaranteed. There's a City of Toronto tree in the front yard that was not fenced, not protected, and has recently been dug up and just sort of left to the side. I don't know how that's permissible. It's usually not in a construction site. So there's lots of things that have really affected us negatively about this build, and I oppose it.
Just have a quick question. When you said you thought they were going to build, but you were told they were going to build what the original application was, did you think it was just going to be without the cantilever, or is that?
So we actually don't even have an accurate representation in pictures. The original structure looks very much like without the cantilever.
You can see it on, I've seen the original structure.
But there's...
What did you think was going to be built?
So I thought the original structure without the cantilever, but even narrower than that, because Joe, the man who owned that previous property, yes. So he actually had already laid his foundation for his dream house. And so those were the lines that my belief from the 2010 permit were going to be respected. But actually, it's been kicked out about 3 feet to the south to allow then as a linchpin to put the great big cantilever over. So it kind of all lent itself to the next move of construction.
Is it your sense that extra 3 feet to which it was kicked out, that was that those 3 feet were permitted by something, or were they?
No. I've been hearing a lot of terminology about by the right. It's not my field. I don't, know the terminology, but my understanding, at least from the neighborhood, from Brina, who's done extensive research, is that that would have been an allowance that was allowed anyway because of the size of the property.
Well, the bylaw permits for
Right.
dimensions.
Right.
A lot.
Yeah.
I see this one.
Can I ask a question? Is any parking?
So there would be parking in the backyard, so you would drive under. Right. And it's not a small backyard, even though, the house now takes up a lot of it. It's massive. But my thinking is thinking of people in the morning trying to drive around each other and get down and back. I don't see 3 tenants, even 2 tenants.
In addition, the elevation drawing, I'm going to ask the applicant, the elevation drawing. Walking in.
Well, there's a large tree as well, so it may be moving around the tree.
I don't know, I'll ask him when he comes
Yeah.
up again.
So you've heard the person speaking in opposition. They're concerned. They're confused by what has been built, and I think as is committee, frankly. So if you could help us, we'd like to know what if you have permit regarding what you have actually built. Is it strictly in conformance with what you have permit for?
It is, sir, and we've had...
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, of course.
Because you're going to do one summary, maybe you could do it all together. Your elevation drawing A07 appears to have the driveway into the backyard blocked by a screen wall or fence. What is that?
It's an overhead garage door, sir.
Pardon?
I believe you're referring to the overhead garage door that lifts with your mechanical click so you can drive into the yard to park.
So there's a door blocking entrance, and how do you...
It's not really an integral garage.
It's not a garage, it's just a door.
It's a door to a driveway. The garage, the parking is at the back of the property.
So the door's in the driveway.
Yes, and it simply goes up with a click, like a normal garage door.
But it's not an integral garage.
Okay.
So the issue I have, I understand what you're saying, the height variance has been granted in respect from the prior variance. It might have been slightly different, but more or less, and you're saying, but also, I guess my concern is this is very large for what's going on, and perhaps I didn't sit on the panel back then, I didn't hear the application, but the plans that were presented didn't show that cantilevered portion, and perhaps the height variance may not have been granted in that case, given the massing of the cantilevered portion. So, I think that this is sort of taking advantage of what has already been, permission that has already been granted. I understand, what I think you're saying is that cantilevered portion is permitted in terms of, it meets the FSI. What is the FSI without the basement now?
It's 0.75 times the lot.
That is 0.75 with that cantilevered
Correct.
portion.
And I would add that, the original proposal was on columns, which required a side yard setback, and there was concern from the neighbors about A, the side yard, and B, the kind of flat roof design. We've adopted a design, if you look at the streetscape, you'll see 2-story houses with small peaks. We have a center gabled portion that projects forward, making massing that is rhythmic with the rest of the street. So it's totally in character from any angle. And, with the neighbor to the south who thinks that the building looks better without the gable, why I tried to paint it purely as aesthetic is that if you have the power to grant in whole or in part, if that's a concern, that was just an aesthetic issue. The issue that we have is we want to add a suite to the basement, and there's a number of merits to that. We comply with all the performance standards for parking and green space, amenity space on the property to have 3 units. I heard there was a housing crisis in Toronto. There is, and I apologize for the submission that I made because I want to correct the distances to the transit. Because when they come and say, when the Ontario government says 800 meters from a transit station should be intensified, we are actually 480 meters from the Woodbine subway station. We are 120 meters from the Lumsden-Mortimer bus, and we are less than 90 meters from the Woodbine bus.
I'm afraid we're getting here into new submissions, so please, I think we need to stick with what we've got. And I think at this point, unless anyone is ready for a motion, I think we should take this into committee. And the time has come to do that. For my own part, I'll lead off to say the committee has to look at an application like this as if it had not been built. So would we have approved this looking at plans of this kind? And would we have said this is desirable, this meets the 4 tests? My own personal view, had I been presented with this application, I would have said this is not desirable, and I would have moved to refuse it. So it's my view, committee members.
I agree. I don't think this is just capturing the basement of a pre-existing house. This is a new build, and I think that adding a density at 0.915, wherever it's added, that would include that cantilevered portion. It's all included in the FSI. That I think that is too intrusive. It is, the massing is out of character with the existing neighborhood, and I don't think it's a 4 tests.
Yes.
Like to bring.
Motion to refuse by Mr. Nipfel. Is there a second? Second, Ms. Valentini. All those in favor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
The committee moves on now to application number 44-205, Wychwood Ave. And I'll ask persons here in interest to speak on 205 Wychwood, please to come forward and to have a seat in this first row.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is TJ Secura. I am a registered professional planner, and I'm here to present information to you on behalf of the owners of 205 Wychwood Avenue.
Thank you very much. If I may, I'll begin by reading into the record those materials that we're dealing with. We have before us a copy of the minutes from September 11, 2019 public hearing, the material submitted at that time, copy plan of survey, revised site plan. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry. We have a form letter in support by 207 Wychwood. An 8th signature petition in support, signed by owners and occupants on Wychwood Ave. Plus we have in opposition correspondence from 4 total persons, 3 on Wychwood Ave and 1 on Kenwood Avenue. So, just before you begin, may I ask, there are 3 of you here. Do you all wish to address the committee? You both wish to speak? Yes, and do you, sir, wish to speak also? So 3 of you will be speaking. I will be limiting you to 3 minutes each in your presentations, and we'll hear first from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep my presentation as brief as I can. So in front of you is a proposal to alter the existing dwelling on the subject property. So these are additions and modifications to the existing house. This is not a new house. I'll go through the variances briefly and then give you an overall summary. So with regards to variance number 1, it's the platform of the deck at the rear of the property. So this is a platform that, I'm going to put the site plan up, is in line with the walls of the existing dwelling. The platform is required to comply with the same setbacks as the existing dwelling, and the existing dwelling is non-conforming, so this platform just simply comes from the back. The platform at the rear. It is only 1 foot 1 inches wide. It is just a Juliet balcony off the back of the property going across the rear. It's to allow visual and spatial connection to the outdoors on the 3rd floor. If someone wants a breath of fresh air or smoke, it cannot be used for recreation and parties, and the size of the balcony is permitted. Sorry, that's the 3rd floor balcony. So there's a ground floor deck and a 3rd floor balcony. Both require the side yard setback variances. The ground floor deck is, again, just coming off the side walls of the house, and it will maintain the existing side yard setbacks. With regards to the floor space index, 275 square meters is proposed where 238.9 square meters is permitted. This is a difference of 36 square meters on the property. It is divided over 3 floors, which adds to the massing of the dwelling of approximately 12 square meters per floor. This will not have a marked adverse negative impact on any of the neighbors. It will be hard to notice from the street, and the fact that there are 3 permitted floors on this proposal will break up that additional floor space over a taller area. With regards to the height of the side exterior main walls, the main thing to point out is that the zoning examiner takes the height of the main exterior side walls from established grade. Established grade is actually 20 centimeters lower than the actual grade. So the wall is not actually 8.94 meters. If you stood at the side wall with a tape measure and measured from the actual grade to the top of the wall, it would be 20 centimeters less, it would be 8.74 meters. So there will be an 8.74 meter wall. It is to the underside of the eaves. And it is not for the full length of the dwelling from front to back. What you can see is that there's a cantilevered portion at the rear of the dwelling. And so the 3rd floor is not the full length of the dwelling from front to back. If committee desires to approve this application, the owner would have no objection with tying the approval to the side elevations so that the owner would be tied to building this structure. It's only 44 centimeters higher than permitted and 24 centimeters if you take into account the difference between established grade and actual grade. With regards to the front yard setback, that is at the left side of the page there. I've highlighted the dimension. That is an existing condition to an existing enclosed porch. The porch is being altered to actually remove some of it. It will be chopped in half, essentially. So the existing porch is at 2.46 meters, half of it is being removed, and the remainder remains where the existing porch is today, and that is a consistent and common condition within this neighborhood. With regards to the side yard setback, 0.39 meters is proposed, where 1.2 meters is required on the north side. This is an existing condition. This recognizes the existing wall location on the north side of the dwelling. The neighbors from 207 Wychwood are here, and they have submitted a letter in support of this application, and that is the north side neighbor who has no objection to this variance. With regards to the building length, again, The zoning examiner measured measures the building length from the existing front one-story porch to the proposed cantilevered second story. So there is no floor on this dwelling that is greater than 17 meters in length. The first floor is 17 meters from front wall to rear wall. The second floor is 17 meters from front wall to rear wall. And the third floor is actually 12 meters and change. So it is even smaller than the length of the entire building. It is simply because the zoning examiner measures from front first floor wall to rear second floor wall. There are many other variances in the neighborhood that have been granted. Many other variances that have been granted in the neighborhood with an average of 0.98 FSI. This application is at 0.9, so it is consistent with what is happening in the neighborhood. I have photos of many other dwellings in the neighborhood that have a similar style and similar massing on the street. I'm not going to show you them all due to time constraints. You can see that there are many other buildings with 3 stories, both in condition, former condition, in modern style, and in this permeates the neighborhood. There are many other 3-story buildings. This item was deferred last time to allow consultation with neighbors. There has been consultation with the neighbors affected and many attempts to contact other neighbors. This is a log. Apologize for the small size. This is a log of all the contacts, attempted contacts, emails, and door knocks that the owner and my office have engaged in.
We'll ask you to make your summary, please.
To consult with the neighbors. Letters of support have been submitted. City staff have no complaints, no issues, no concerns with this application. Planning department is in full support. And that does conclude my formal remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
So basically, nothing has changed since the deferral. I understand you've made attempts to talk to the neighbors, but the application has not changed.
That is correct. The application has not changed, but we did consult and we met in the living room of the neighbors of 207 Wychwood. We explained the application to them. They explained to us our concerns. There's a private agreement between 2 landowners, and they are here in full support of the application as it exists.
Thank you. Okay. Let us proceed then to hear from those in opposition. I'll ask the first speaker to come forward. Just one at a time, please. You're both going to speak, right?
We're a married couple. We live in the same residence. We're married.
Are you both going to speak at this? Not going to speak. You're going to speak one first, one second?
Well, if I forgot something, he could probably prop me up.
Carry on. Carry on.
So I'm Melinda Benjamin, and this is Kevin Ricketts. We both live at 203 Wychwood.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's our home. It's been our home for about 25 years. We know our neighbors well. The applicant, we haven't met too many times. He has not lived at 205, so we don't really consider the applicant a neighbor yet. So to start with, I'm not opposed to building. We've done it ourselves. We realize that our own neighbor, Kent, who's no longer there, left a house that needs to be redone, and we respect that. What we do oppose is the type of building. It's a 3-story building in a lot from Louise to Maplewood that has no other 3-story buildings. The variants look minor, but if you know the neighborhood and there's only 2 feet between the houses, those minor variances add up. So when you go out into your backyard and there's a balcony now, maybe the balcony is only 2 feet, but it's still pretty high and it's overlooking your backyard. We're at the age now where we're looking at retiring, where we will be in our backyards a lot more. When our son was growing up, he enjoyed the space, and we enjoyed the privacy when we had neighbors over or family members over. In this day and age, with technology changing, when there's cameras everywhere, phones pick up noises and communication, the houses are way too close to have that much of a variance approved for our neighborhood. He gave examples of neighborhoods of the houses that look like they're 3 stories, but with the dormers, they look like it, but in these old houses, they're not full 3-story houses. They're not. Our house is tall because half of our basement's outside of the ground. It's the basement that's in the ground's only 4 feet, so our house looks really tall, but it's only a 2-story house. I can't imagine what a 3-story house next to us is going to look like and feel like. The sunlight issues, the privacy issues, it does not fit into the neighborhood. And we have bylaws that protect how a neighborhood is constructed. And, you know, you hear a lot of people come in and they talk about the same issues I am. It's not about not wanting people to build. It's just respecting the people that's already been there and giving them a chance to enjoy the rest of their lives in the neighborhood that they wanted.
Do you wish to speak, sir?
No. Anything to add? What did I know? My voice is really nervous.
She was good. Very good, thank you. Any questions for the speakers? No. Next speaker, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Cummings. I am the owner of 202 Wychwood, immediately opposite 205.
Across the street.
I'm going to be very brief. I would like to observe that I received this letter from the city inviting me to this hearing at 3:30 this afternoon. You will observe it is now 7:15, so I've sat here for 3 hours and 3/4. It's been a very interesting education in City Hall processes. I also observed that in a former life, I was a management consultant, and I would urge you to examine your processes so that you do not waste so much of people's time.
Okay, John.
Having said that, I'm going to withdraw my objection on the grounds that I don't think we really have a chance of convincing you that these variances are so significant that you have to reject them.
John, I don't have to do that. How do you think this proposal will impact you and your house? We'd like to hear that. If you're concerned about that at all, please, this is your chance to tell us.
Well, I won't speak to that directly. I was about to observe, though, also that we did not receive a similar notice to this for 198 Wychwood Avenue, which is 2 houses to the south of us on our side of the street. And that house now is in the process of being completely torn apart, much more than was being proposed for 205. And we have a similar house down at the end of the street where they're completely tearing the whole thing. And they took out a tree, probably without a permit, similar to the one that was mentioned here earlier. And we have another house just up the street from 205 where they're just beginning a similar process. And another one further up where...
Help us with this application, please. Is there an impact on you?
I'm saying that this is number 5 in a series of these that is affecting our street a lot. It's changing the character of our street. The 2 that are complete are these 3-story monstrosities that do not fit in with the street at all. And the 2 that I mentioned that are close to me, we can't tell yet what's going to happen because they're still they're digging down underneath and they're tearing the buildings apart completely. So I'm saying this one will not be as bad. That's all I can say.
I don't know the background on these other properties, but one thing to consider as a possibility is that those plans did not trigger variances, so it didn't have to go through a process like this.
Possibly.
Don't know, I'm just thinking.
I think
possibility.
what they're actually doing would have triggered variances. I think they're doing more than they got a permit to do, to be honest.
All right, then. Any questions of this speaker? Thank you, John. Right, well, we have, from our first speakers, we have concern about their enjoyment of their property in terms of overlook from a three-story house, privacy issues that will result from that continually, enjoyment of the property. You could address that, please.
So with regard to the first speaker, the concerns I heard were over height, the fact that there shouldn't be a three-story house here. And I would point out clearly to the committee that there is no variance for 3 stories. There's no variance for the overall height of this property, overall height of this building. The only variance related to height is the side wall, and it is only an effective 24 centimeter height variance. So effectively, if this application is refused and the applicant decides to proceed in a manner that is in compliance with the bylaw, then the height of the building would be almost identical to what it is today in compliance with the bylaw. So that's pertaining to height. With regards to the balcony on the 3rd floor, it's 1 foot 11 inches deep. It is a Juliet balcony. People will not be recreating out there. People will not be spending any extensive amount of time out there. If the committee was so inclined, and if the committee was concerned with that variance alone, I would respectfully submit that you could refuse that. The sides of the 3rd floor balcony would be pulled in to comply with the bylaw, but it would still exist in a Juliet style at the 3rd floor height. I didn't hear any concerns about the rear ground floor deck side yard setbacks. So if the committee was inclined to not approve the variance for the 3rd floor side yard setbacks to the balcony, I would just ask that you make that clear in the variance that it didn't pertain to the main ground floor deck. With regards to Mr. Cummings, we had a very productive and positive discussion out in the hallway. Mr. Cummings did indicate that the notices that are received in the mail are not 100% clear when it comes to the overall look and feel of what is proposed when you read variances and read technical bylaw requirements. Once I showed him the drawings and explained how the house was being proposed, that's when he told me that he wished that he had known this prior to this evening. Those are my comments. I'm still happy to answer any questions.
Your west front elevation, it's drawn over top of the existing house, and there's this 2nd floor is a gray material with what appears to be 1 vertical and 1 horizontal window through which you can see the existing house. What is the proposal for that 2nd floor?
So you're talking about the front elevation? You said the right front elevation.
No, I said the west front.
West front.
West bracket front elevation. And it's shown as a
west front elevation. Yeah, so this would be the elevation facing Wychwood Avenue.
Exactly. So I just don't understand the 2nd floor. It's what material is that in? What shows in the windows is the house that exists. So
Speaking about this material here?
Yeah.
I don't believe that material choices have been made at this point in time, but the intention is to have a different material at the 1st floor, 2nd floor, and 3rd floor to minimize the look of any height of this building and to add an architectural aesthetic to it.
Because the assumption I made based on the drawing was that it was brick on the 3rd floor, brick on the main floor, 1st floor, that was some kind of a panel system. So that you're thinking in that way. You're trying to differentiate the 2nd floor from the other 2.
That's the intention in this drawing. I would also point out, to be clear, that on the 3rd floor, you see there's that smaller window on the right side. Yeah. That would be set back slightly from the rest of the 2nd floor.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
In terms of height in to massing as well, how does this compare to the neighboring house? The 2nd-story house, I'm sorry, I think 203, thank you. I'm not sure if you were 203 or 207, confused now.
So I don't have the as-built heights of 203 and 207, but all I can say is that the overall height of this house complies with the zoning bylaw, and this overall height is permitted as of right. I didn't measure the
height complies, but also you're asking for variances for FSI as well, so that add the height and the FSI adds to the largeness of the structure. So you may not build something that tall if you get the FSI variance, because it might not be a tiny box that's tall. But anyway, I'm just trying to figure out how the massing of this compares to the massing of the property next door, height massing, and the ones you showed across the street, I think, at dormers.
Yes.
3 stories.
Yes, there's many 3 stories, and most of the new buildings in this area are 3 stories because it is a permitted, 3 stories is permitted and the overall height is permitted. The only thing I would say about the relationship of height to FSI is that the FSI could be reduced by reducing the cantilever at the rear of the property, and it would have absolutely no effect on the height of the building, nor the front elevation or side elevations.
But you're asking for an FSI as well, and that,
Right.
I don't know, I didn't crunch the numbers, but you might end up with a tall, skinny building that you build because...
Well, it would look exactly like this
It would?
in compliance with
just
the
by taking
FSI.
the cantilever off the back.
That's an option, yes.
Okay.
Or even removing the front porch at the front. The existing front porch would reduce the FSI as well.
Very much. Committee members, are we ready to go to a motion? Would you like to take the application into committee for discussion?
I'd like to see it on Google Earth, and I can't get it on here because I have the same question.
Take it into committee. Now, would we, do something about that 3rd-story balcony? Still allow the ground floor. Bear with us a few moments longer, please. We are trying to give this very serious consideration.
motion forward. I mean, this one I find, it is difficult for me. It's on the fence in terms of the impact. But you have demonstrated that there are other, I think, houses in the area that have, I understand it's permitted, but we're looking at height and we're looking at the massing that is triggered, I think, because of the FSI increase you're asking for. So those other ones tend to have dormered roofs. Perhaps maybe, I don't know, gate, but I don't know if we know the density of those ones. Have you given us densities on the street? You did.
I gave you densities for other approvals on the street and in the neighborhood, yes.
That were over what you're asking for.
Yeah, 0.94 is the average and 0.9 is.
And my colleagues are probably going to feel differently, but I am on the fence, but I am going to bring a motion forward for approval. I think that while this is slightly different in form, I don't think it's completely out of the other sizes and scales of some of the 3 stories in the.
There's a motion to approve by Ms. Valentini. Is there a second to that? Second by Mr. Byatt. All those in favor? The application is approved.
Mr. Chair, members of committee,
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
there's one urban forestry
I
condition.
completely blew all the conditions. Number 1, yes, please.
We would have to deal with it anyway, so no problem. Mr. Chair, members of committee, thank you very much.
Now, committee members, how are we doing? We have one application to go. Does anybody need a 5-minute break? No. We shall proceed with what? We shall proceed now then with application number 1220 Dufferin Street, number 45 is the application. 1220 Dufferin applicant, very good. Parties in interest, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To take a seat. Parties in interest, please. Thank you for your patience. We'll ask those from the previous application, please take your conversations just out into the hall while we do the final application. On this application, the committee has before it. Just a moment, please, sir. Copy of the minutes from 26 September 2019 public hearing. Copy. If you could take the conversation outside, please. Members of the audience. While we hear the final application for today. The revised site plan. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry. We have correspondence in interest and concern from 1 Lappin Avenue, Yasmin Lewis. And there is correspondence in opposition from 2 persons, Clarence Avenue and 1 Lappin Avenue. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, DeMarco, initials G. This is actually the 3rd time around. It's been deferred twice at the council's request so that we can go through the process of the design and also deal with whatever opposition there was. Actually, the same people did oppose the application. The design was in fact reduced. The back addition was brought back, and if you should have planning support in your documentation. Planning supported this. Whatever you have in front of you was actually approved by planning, right down to height. There was a reduction. We removed there was an exterior rooftop garden removed it. There was an elevator, there is an elevator in this building at the rear. So we did a lot of modifications and brought it down to everyone's satisfaction. Yes, there are some minor variances requested, but again, there's no adverse impact with no one. And the 5 units that we're creating, we actually have 2 parking spaces. And again, there is no adverse impact to no one. Is it?
You said we've got a planning,
Well, the planning did support it, absolutely. We spent hours and hours and hours, and if you look at...
Hold on. I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, go ahead. And I'm sorry,
Huh? Pardon me? Yeah.
It's still the old report. We asked for a report, and they said no.
I see. Planning report is what, there it is.
Okay, the report that we had before has 4 conditions. So this is very confusing. So we've got a planning report that refers to conditions that don't apply because it's changed. And
we reduced.
And you say we've got planning support, but we don't have a letter that indicates that.
Well, no, they said that their report...
The Secretary Treasurer is going to...
So the planning report that, through you, Mr. Chair, the planning report that was filed resulted in a deferral. They complied with what planning was asking for, which is now before you.
Satisfied.
But planning wasn't going to file a second report saying that they were in support of what you have before you today, but it doesn't match the previous planning report, so.
It would have been helpful if
yes, it would.
there's some report.
No, because if you look, it's the previous planning report it's not conditions, it was recommending changes.
Okay.
And to variances that if you look at the changes, they don't match what's before you. So it's related to the previous application that was deferred, so I would just not even pay
because
attention.
planning didn't file a new report. This isn't your problem. As planning didn't file a new report, we could make a big mistake here today.
No, I understand, but planning supported it. And I asked for, on 2 or 3 occasions, I asked for an amended copy. So I understand what was, it should have been, and they're saying, no, we're not giving you no report, we're supporting it. Fine, even though we reduced a lot of the variances. Again,
I don't want to belabor it. I take
No.
the Secretary Treasurer's point of view. It would have been
We asked-
your fault.
No, but we asked for it. Aside from being an architect, I also practice law. So I requested a revised report. Give me a report. No, we're supporting it. Okay. Even though we reduced some of the variances to make it very simple, I had a dilemma. And again, the 5 proposed units we've provided 2 rear parking spaces within the garage for those 5 units, which is not really if I take an example to the property next door, 218, it actually has 6 units and no parking spaces, even though he could provide it. He's here today, which I'm very shocked to see, because there's a criminal order against him, but that's another story. And if you look at his submission or his documents that he provided the committee, you'll see, and I was pretty shocked that he placed a photo of a vehicle. There's been a lot of activity with this driveway. This neighbor next door, which is now sold, and he still came here to object, he blocked the driveway in 2 different occasions. He put a steel post and he says, "You're not coming on." I says, "You can't."
Sure, if you could keep this.
Yes, anyways.
Keep your comments to present
Sorry, yes,
your
planning.
application,
Sorry,
reasons
yes.
that
Anyways,
we should think
yes.
to give it favorable consideration. That's what committee would like to hear.
Okay, but no, you know, I'm looking at the notes here, and this was deferred so that you could consult with community planning staff and the ward councillor and amend the application. So has this changed significantly?
Well, we reduced the length, and we added on,
Sorry, you reduced the what?
we,
I couldn't hear you.
we reduced the length
The length, okay.
of the building. So then planning said, we'll support whatever you're having massing at the back, put it on the fourth floor.
depth
So we created a fourth floor because of the 5 units, or else we would have had 4. But they supported it. So there's been a lot of,
The depth looks the same.
Floor, which is what I have most concern with, that was proposed.
absolutely. And if this committee wants to defer it, I'll be more than happy to defer it and go down planning's throat, because we've had issues with them. And I said to the counselor, I go, look, I'm having issues. I just need clarification in writing that I can provide the committee.
In what time frame was your most recent discussion with planning? You described
Last week,
last week.
we've been emailing Christine Zhang, who's the planner, to provide us an updated copy so that committee would have been satisfied. What they said was,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we had a conversation with planning as well, and they indicated to us that they were not going to be filing another report with this application, and that the matters that were listed in the previous staff report had been addressed, and that the current application before them, they don't have a comment.
There's no comment.
There was nothing that they felt they needed to put in a report.
It sounds like
Yes, it would have.
It would have been helpful to have that.
We asked.
I appreciate it. Or is there well?
Well, did the
I think
previous
what
one?
it means is, for committee, it means that we are
4 stories before.
on our own here to decide on this, whether to refuse, to approve, or to defer.
Oh, no.
So let's,
No,
if you could, do you have anything to say with respect to your application to sway us or to
what is
tell
in
us why it
front,
should be approved?
what is in front of the committee, Mr. Chairman and members, is a design that was approved by planning. We've gone through all the changes that were required. We satisfied them, and here I am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask now to hear from the person who wishes to speak in opposition. Come forward, please.
Hey, good afternoon. My English is not that good, but I think you guys...
Give us your name,
I'm
please.
Antonio Leonardo.
And your address.
The address is 1218 Dufferin Street, but I own the 1218 Dufferin Street, but I live on the 610 St. Clarence.
Carry on with your presentations.
Yeah, my concern is like this. You're going to build a 4th floor, right? You're going to only get 2 parks, eh? Right? You only got 2 parks. So we have lots of problems in that driveway. I can show you the owner of the 1220, he tried to get the park on a right-of-way. See, when I complained to him, he called me all kinds of names.
So I'd like to hear what the impact of the application, if approved, would be on you. And the
See,
reasons you have
the
for-
problem is he doesn't going to get parks. He only get 2 parks. And most of the time, he has 2 parks, but the garage is closed. He doesn't have parks at all. That's it. Because even of his own, he went to the city, gets his park to park on a Lapin Street. That means he has no parks. Okay? So other way, he's tried to park the car in here. So when I tried to take him out the park, I went to the enforcement office. He told me, since it's a private place, we cannot do nothing. So when he removed the park, so I put there 3 6x6, one on top of the other, so nobody can park there. But we only occupy 6 inches on my side, nothing on his side. So he took me to the court. That's what's happened. To the court. And he wants to get me to pay him $25,000.
How is this relevant?
Your concern, as the chairman said, we need to hear what your concern is with the application. Your concern
What
is-
my concern?
hold on,
What my
hold on just a
concern?
second. The requirement is for 4 parking spaces, and the proposal is for 2 parking spaces. Jumping to the finish line, is your concern that that's not enough parking?
No, it's not enough parking.
That's your concern?
Yeah. Plus you're going to build more windows on the basement. You already built 3, or you already opened 3 windows.
3
windows in the basement because he says he wants another window on the basement to face to the driveway. So it's going to be 6, 7 windows, all go to my driveway. I don't know why.
The word wielders, I don't.
Windows.
Windows, exactly.
Thank you. Okay.
Can you tell me what building you're referring to that's your building?
My
driveway. What building are you? What's your number?
1218, the next on the south side.
You own that building?
Yeah, I own, yeah.
Not the attached house, the one, the
No, mine is not attached, no.
There's a driveway in between.
Yeah, his driveway, his house is attached to the north where the attached house.
something on the ground floor, commercial of some sort?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, sir.
So what's happened is like this. He took me to the court. So my wife went there, I didn't do it. So he want us to pay $25. And after that, my wife didn't want to go to court anymore. She started to cry. And we offered them $15,000, $10,000 for Undersol, the owner.
Sir, I have to interrupt you. That's not relevant to
I know, but just let you know.
these variances.
I know, we will just let you know what's going to happen next. If he's approved more floors, I don't see why he needs 4 floors. Every house there is 2.5 floors, and most of them is 2. He already has 2.5 floors too in his house.
How many units do you have in your building at
Well, I have
018?
I have 1 bachelor in the basement, and I have 1 apartment on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd, and I have a store. And I have one behind, is around 4.
For 4 units.
Yeah, but the 1 is a store, so.
Your building is 2.5 stories?
Exactly, yeah, it's 2.5. Yeah, just the front is go to the back, and the back is shorter, So. Was like this, was built like this, I never touched anything, just maintain it.
Your 5 minutes is now up.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. Okay, bye.
Okay, we'll ask the applicant to return and to address the parking issue.
We have 2 parking spaces for 5 units. For clarification, I didn't want to bring the facts. What he talked about, other stuff that committee does not want to hear, they shouldn't hear. Absolutely. There was issues. The right-of-way is not a parking space. You can't park there. It's only parking spaces within our garage. So we have plenty of parking spaces with our proposed units. And the 3rd floor, yes, 2. And there's no major impact to him for that additional floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, do committee members have any final questions of this applicant? Should we take this? I'd like to take this application into consideration or into committee. So we're going to take it into committee now for discussion. And I'm concerned about it, and why. In my view, the city is interested in creating secondary units. That's desirable in houses, but the city's intent is not to transform average-sized houses into 5-unit apartment buildings. In my view, number 3, minor variance is not in line with the intent of the bylaw. The height variance at 11.64 over 9.5 allowed is not minor. The depth requirement is being asked is not minor. And so in my view, the application is not desirable, and elements of the minor variances requested are not minor. I would vote to refuse it. Niffel?
I reviewed the application meeting. I haven't either moving or
Ms. Valentini?
Share the same sentiments as my colleagues. I think this one is not, this is too high and too side.
Quiet.
I think the idea of having a 4-story structure in that narrow space, I can't conceive, because you've got a actual neighbor, which is 1222. I'm surprised that I haven't heard from the owner of that property. This is going to be right abutting that property. I just get myself around to supporting this particular.
I will look to a committee member then for a motion on the application. Motion to refuse, Mr. Nipfel, second on that. Second, Mr. Byatt. All those in favor? The application is refused. And at 7:57, 7:52.
According to that.
Quite so, yes it is.
That one's fast.
Yes it is. 7:52. The hearing is terminated.